6:33 p.m., and I would like to call the July 1, 2022 special board meeting of the Niles, Maine District Library Board to order. Margaret, would you please call the roll?
Okay. Trustee Derblick?
Here.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Thank you so much.
Trustee Makula?
Here.
Trustee Rosansky? Here. Trustee Olson?
Here.
Trustee Keene? Here.
Thank you, Margaret. Item 3 on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Could we all stand for the pledge? At this time, I will reiterate the rules for our board meetings. As board president and presiding officer, it is my responsibility to preserve and maintain decorum at all times during official meetings of the library board. As such, this board will not tolerate outbursts and interruptions during our meetings. I am asking that each member of the public respect that and to conduct yourself accordingly. If, on the other hand, you do interfere with the orderly conduct of the meeting or you persist in disorderly, disruptive conduct, I will have you removed from the meeting. Public participation and comment will be permitted during the public comment portion of the agenda consistent with the library rules. Remarks shall be made from the speaker's podium only. Abusive and profane comments will not be permitted and will promptly be ruled out of order. If you persist, you will no longer be allowed to speak. The board vests in me, the board president, the authority to terminate the remarks of speakers who fail to adhere to the rules. Individuals addressing the board must at all times adhere to the library policies and other rules as may be necessary for the efficient and orderly conduct of the meeting. All public comments shall be addressed to the board as a whole, and no comments shall be addressed to individual members of the board, library staff, or other members of the public body. Thank you. Okay, Cindy, would you please call the first person for public comment?
Elliot Osherman.
Oh, he's ready to start. 6:36. Thank you.
Hello, Board. I'm Elliot Osherman of the Committee Against Retention of the Three Snoozes. As usual, I am directing my comments to the entirety of the Board. As usual, I've given a copy of these comments to your Executive Director ahead of time so she can provide them to you so that you can follow along. Each of you. As usual, I will start with my 9 declarative statements of, I will neither be silenced nor interrupted, nor will we, nor will the community. I will remember this, as will we, as will the community. I will vote on April 4th, 2023, against the retention of the snoozes, as will we, as will the community. Topic tonight, the budget. In November, when the levy was discussed, I predicted that with an 18% reduction, we would have a proposed budget for fiscal 22 to 23, in which severe cuts were again imposed. Why this prediction? Because your treasurer in the past has said, we can't pay expenses with money we don't have, unquote. The vast majority of the library income is from the tax levy. What did we see in the proposed budget as suggested at the end of May? More draconian cuts, such extravagances as staff training, staff recognition, staff education. Let's define seeing the forest for the trees. The trees are the expenditure for the library. The forest is the library's future. Reducing expenditures is extremely short-sighted. I'm reminded of the lumberjack who approached the HR person with axe in hand. She asked his name, he provided it. She asked for his prior experience. He answered, the Sahara forest. She replied, you mean the Sahara desert? He said, sure, now it is. 3 of your members, nameless, though I'm sure you know to which ones I'm referring, can't see the forest for the trees. Don't believe me? Let's look at the strategic plan, a 5-year plan that was carefully crafted for 2016 to 2021. Where's the new plan for the next few years? 3 of you would like to have merely extended it. It's outdated, irrelevant, and does not project a forward-looking tone. Can't get the budget to match it? Too much time staring at the trees of tax levy and ridiculous temporary hiring freezes to generate a responsible planning document for the future. Your presiding officer has indicated she wants to collaborate with the rest of the board. The initial proposed budget was as far-sighted as someone standing in front of a blank wall and wondering where the scenery was. It was presented to the other 3 board members with 10 minutes advance notice before the meeting was called, about as cooperative as Claude Rains in Casablanca. Your original proposed budget was also rubber stamped with the big red no stamp for such extravagances as licenses for computers. Money for programs to get books from the library to schools and school districts has also been slashed from the originally proposed budget. I think 3 of you ought to be ashamed of yourself. In campaign comments, you each had stressed the need for highly qualified staff. In her comments to the library community, the presiding officer implied that staff reductions were due to better offers from neighboring libraries. Reluctance to face the undeniable fact that some of the people who retired and some who moved on to places where they might be more appreciated moved because of the board's attitude to staff, staff compensation, and staff recognition. These actions are not reflective of the need for a highly qualified staff, and in fact are and have been dismissive of the staff. Your treasurer indicated during his campaign that the levy could be reduced by 10% without cutting programs or staff. Partially true. Programs were cut, but staff left voluntarily due to retirement or searching for a better opportunity. No need to fire staff if you can convince them to work elsewhere. 3 of you should be proud of the work you're doing to maintain the library. 3 of you should be embarrassed by the work you've done. This board is going to have to approve a budget with only 6 members. 3 of you have been derelict in your duty to get a 7th member. Again, I won't name you, but you know who you are. One more thing. We still want Umair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jeanette Lee.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Lee. My pronouns are she and her. I spent a lot of time over the past year coming to these meetings and criticizing the 3 members of this board who are dismantling this library piece by piece. Cutting budgets, refusing to staff the library properly, overspending on lawyers and CPAs, mistakenly thinking they know how to fix roofs, electrical panels, and parking lots better than the experts do. But tonight, I want to take the time to explain why I care enough to come here each month. When I think of the library, I think of the wonderful staff here, the ones who sang songs and read books to my kids at storytime and Friday dance parties, the staff who explored interesting science concepts with my kids in Wonderground, the staff who visit my kids at their school, giving them books to take home, recommend new books to them, play games, and have conversations with them, connecting with them, forging relationships with them. I think of the staff in the teen underground who joke around, make crafts, and play video games and Dungeons and Dragons with the teens. My teen recently came home with a button that Miss Rachel had made for him and his friends based on a joke they'd shared recently. Priceless relationships are being formed. The teen librarians have created such a safe, welcoming, fun place for teens to go. Do you know how good it feels to know that my kid wants to hang out at the library? I think of the staff who helped provide instructions for my mom during quarantine to help her learn to use her iPad. The staff who have taught my daughter and me how to crochet and how to use the sewing machine, the button maker, the 3D printer, the crafting resources on the library's website, and so much more. The list goes on and on of the relationships formed, the services provided, the materials borrowed. Invaluable. These are the things I think of when I think of the library. Invaluable relationships. Not the sort of thing you will find on a spreadsheet. But unfortunately, 3 of our trustees only think of numbers, spreadsheets, dollar signs. Which staff can be cut, which programs can be cut, which building maintenance projects can be eliminated in order to save a little bit of money here or there. We've lost so many amazing staff members since you've been on this board because they were undervalued and overworked by your awful budget cuts. We come here every month because we want you to listen to us and perhaps expand your thinking that the library is more than what you think it is. Every time you cut line items for staff hours and wages, refuse to pay for staff's professional development, suggest closing down the teen underground, eliminate important software updates. What we hear is that you don't value the library, or the staff, or the patrons. You don't value the children, the teens, the adults, and the seniors who rely on the library. All you value is shaving a small portion off your tax bill. And that small portion, it's really small. It is not worth the destruction you've done to the library. Please, listen to the public. The taxpayers, when we tell you that we value this library and want to see it to return to the incredible place it was before you started your destructive dismantling of everything that it stands for.
Thank you.
Renee Sutherland.
Thank you. My name is Renee Sutherland. My pronouns are she and her. Didn't have a lot of time to write this tonight. Just did this right after work. I wanted to ask what it is that the three, Carolyn Derblich, Suzanne Schoenfeld, and Joe McCullough have against teenagers. Last year you cut the budget for teens for their materials, so they couldn't get as many of the new releases. And here you are on Joe's budget that we heard after you guys lost a quorum and you made us pay for an accountant for hours while the three of you chatted away. We found out that Joe wants to cut the budget again for teens and also close the teen underground. And so I'm very curious what it is about that population that you guys are having a problem with so that maybe we can help you. Because they are part of our community and they deserve services
I
and
don't know if you
materials.
can read,
Yeah.
but I said to move the teen underground, not to close it. Read the whole document.
So if they go in the storage room or they
No,
go?
we want to eliminate the storage room upstairs
Okay.
and cut down the size of the offices, and we would have enough room or more if we moved that teen underground upstairs. There would be the same square footage. And most of the books for the teens are upstairs already.
So you'd put the teenagers and all their books
They're
in
actually
part of the
downstairs, Joe.
offices? That's what you're saying? You would?
We need to take the offices down. They don't need that much office space. I think it's 70 feet by 14 feet. That's way more than they need. And eliminate that room, reconfigure the whole youth area, and bring the teens
And are
upstairs.
You're gonna do that work, like you do the spackling and you do the electrical panel, and then you're gonna also knock down walls? But anyway, so that's nonsense.
Just continue with your
Yeah,
comments.
thank you. The budget is
We're not
supposed
closing
to
it.
reflect the, it's gonna be the teen above ground in the staff offices in, what,
See, this is,
Thank you.
I have a problem because
Time.
Joe interrupted what she was saying. I think we should give her another minute since Joe interrupted
Sure.
her. Go ahead.
budget is supposed to reflect the priorities of the library. Just a few months ago, you extended the strategic plan that specifically mentions the unincorporated Main Township portion of the district, part of the district that none of you represent, none of you live there. Y'all live, these three live walking distance from the library. You don't care to send, well, I don't know if you can't walk that far, Carolyn, but you don't live in Main Township, right? Those kids that you don't want our school liaison to go off to?
Excuse me, please.
Yes.
Don't accuse me of something that's not true.
Well, Joe doesn't want them to
Please
go.
refrain your
Yes,
comments.
quit talking
Okay,
to her because
the-
you're interrupting her
The
time.
notes that,
She can have all the
Someone
time
named
she wants as long as
Joe-
she says she rephrases her sentences.
the
Thank you.
notes that someone named Joe wrote on his made-up budget said that he's still mad that we have a liaison going into schools. They should be making a video, that they could send a video to those kids, and those kids deserve to have services and professional librarian interaction as much as the kids who live walking distance from this library. And I understand that it's my time.
Renee, I apologize, I miscalculated. You actually do have more time.
I didn't think
My-
that could have been 5 minutes.
My
Thank you.
apologies, I looked down and I looked at the starting instead of the ending.
Okay, that's fine. We also know that the three of you have a friend who keeps telling you he's having a problem with his wallet. But as library board trustees, you're supposed to be advocating for the library. So instead of following your friend's recommendations to understaff the library as his idea of how you can help him save a few dollars this year, you should explain that the minimal savings he'd experience on his tax bill would not be worth the loss in services that our community needs and deserves, and would not be worth the loss in all of our property values, including his. The small amount of savings that you could get for your friend isn't worth it to any of the rest of us if the way you accomplish that is to go with the Joe Makula style of building maintenance, where you wait until the HVAC system completely shuts down before you deal with replacing the software that's no longer supported. And instead of letting a professional electrician handle decisions about the electrical sub-panel, Joe's going to take care of that. And instead of properly addressing crumbling portion of the outside of the building, he has a friend of his come spackle it or stucco it, or whatever he was saying he would do when you had that meeting without a quorum. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all for public comments.
Thanks, Cindy. Okay, with respect to the trustees, I would like to read the rules that govern the proceedings of the board. As you know, the rules of parliamentary practice comprised in Robert's Rules govern the proceedings of the board. There are certain rules contained within Robert's Rules with respect to decorum. By reminding you of the rules, I hope it will lead to a more civil and productive debate, which is one of the most important concepts underlying parliamentary procedure. I hope it will lead to a more civil and productive debate, which is one of the most important concepts underlying parliamentary procedure. Robert's Rule of Order number 7, debate states, speakers must address their remarks to the presiding officer, be courteous in their language and deportment, and avoid all personalities, never alluding to the officers or other members by name, where possible to avoid it, nor to the motives of members. Consistent with Robert's Rules, I am asking each of the trustees to refrain from speaking until recognized, confine remarks to the merits of the pending question, and refrain from attacking a member's motives. The measure, not the member, is the subject of debate. The application of Robert's Rules is the best method to enable the Board of Trustees, with due regard for every member's opinion, to arrive at the general will on the maximum number questions of varying complexity in a minimum amount of time and under all kinds of internal climate, ranging from total harmony to hardened or impassioned division of opinion. Thank you for your cooperation. Number 5 on the agenda is new business. Review and discuss the proposed tentative budget, the proposed tentative 2022-23 budget. Tonight, the trustees will resume reviewing and discussing the 22-23 tentative budget. We will address each budget line item. We received a spreadsheet at the June 15th meeting, which I would like to suggest we use for this budget process. There may be different suggestions for line item amounts, and we will need to discuss all of them. The document I'm referring to is, I believe, the one that
Has all three on there?
that Becky passed out,
Yes.
and it shows all 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, please go right ahead.
In order to save time, because the majority of this budget, we're agreeing straight across. Why do we have to go line by line? We
Well-
should go just to the part, in my opinion, where we do have some differing opinions.
Well, I was going to start with the first category and mention the changes, that there were corrections that needed to be made, and then whatever line items there's other comments, those are the ones we'll address. So I'm thinking the same thing you are.
Well, we'll see.
But we're going to start with revenues.
So does everyone have a copy of that? Because if it's the one I think you're talking about, there were 4 copies left upstairs
Well-
that were not picked up, so I'm not sure that
Well,
everybody
is
has a copy.
This one that we had last time doesn't have the correction. I thought, isn't that the same thing? Does it have the corrections?
So yes, but then it was printed with the line numbers and the column letters. So Carolyn, what
that's
version
different than
are
this?
you working off of?
Well, the one that they received, the legal size, is the same thing that I asked for with the cells for the rows and columns.
Okay.
So that's the exact document from Becky. I just had mine include
Yeah,
the.
and so I have
You wanna-
extras.
See, I see black lines on yours. I don't have that on mine.
No, this is not it. It's this one, just like yours, but it has the lines and the column heading. So as long as
Is it to
everybody,
make it easier to communicate with each other?
well, yeah.
Well, it's larger,
I'll
and in
take
case you
one.
want to
I'll
write
take-
on
I'll
it.
take it.
There-
So,
And then,
I'll still use this, but I'll have to add it to give you the
no,
line number.
I didn't have this.
There is a budget that I submitted on Monday that is color-coded and has the corrections from the 19 errors that Joe had in his that were never addressed since Monday when I asked for them to be addressed. So I think that is
Yeah.
the one that makes the most sense to use because it's the easiest to read and it has correct numbers.
Okay, well, as of everyone's input in the budget, we're using this document. There are discrepancies in the numbers, and as we go down the line items, we will discuss them. There were some errors, I understand they were corrected, but there are also
They were not
differences.
corrected by anyone but me.
Okay,
Yeah,
I don't know,
those are on this
okay.
sheet, the 19.
All right, I'm not here to
She has a
justify what
copy.
all the
I got a
trustees
copy.
worked on. Everybody went home with these pages, reviewed them, and made changes. Corrections were made, so we will now all
take
have a
any of the other
meeting
ones
and
too,
we'll
please.
discuss it line by line.
Thank you.
You have hers with the colors? Because to me, that would be a lot easier to follow. Oh, thank you so much. You are a true gem. Thank you.
Okay, I just have to pull out a few more things.
Actually, it's easier to look at, there's less lines, and it's color-coded.
All right, so according to my records, we're going to start with revenues, and the first change that was brought to our attention was investment income. Now, I'm going down Makula's budget because those were the numbers that have been changed, but we'll include everyone else's. So if you look at investment income, it should be $100,000. It was raised by 30. It's the same as Becky's, and the library budget was also increased. So I have a total of $5,604,425. I'm not as concerned about the category totals as I am about each line item amount. The accountants will be responsible for the totals. We'll see this before it's published, and we'll be able to review it for the last time. But we're going to jump down now to expenditures. And let's see, the first line is payroll director.
Wait,
So,
what was,
So,
what did you decide on the revenues?
were you planning on us voting if we accept revenues? I'm misunderstanding how you're planning
Okay,
on
well,
doing this,
revenues-
because you're saying line by line. Does that mean you expect us to say, for that whole category, yes, okay, we accept it? I don't,
Okay, well, revenues, I didn't know we had to vote on them because
well,
we
I
have no
don't either.
control over
I
revenues.
don't know how.
We don't have control
Okay,
over
fine.
revenues.
I'm asking you how
So
you're doing this.
expenditures is what we would
Thank you.
probably vote on. That would be
Thank
what
you.
we disagree
Okay,
on.
please repeat the final number for revenues.
Okay. Again, the final number may not be correct because after the auditor goes through these numbers, we'll have the final number. I'm showing $5,604,425. We added
30,000.
30,000, and honestly, that doesn't look.
That's correct.
Oh, yeah, that is right, it's right. Okay, so now, the next line would be expenditures. There was a question about director's salary. That's actually a discussion we should have with her evaluation. I understand The budget shows 122,000, so we'll just leave that, and we hopefully we'll schedule an executive session to have her evaluation.
So can I pass out this summary document about the salary section?
Sure, and that is for what?
So this shows the library proposed budget. It's broken down by department and by the expenditure lines, but it has the breakout for each department, and then it has, actually the yellow parts are the vacancies in each department, and then it has at the bottom, it shows the current staffing level. So I just,
Okay, that's great, but we're now on the total expenditures for salaries. Where are those numbers?
well, they're on here. They're on
The
here.
total for
Yeah.
these?
Mhm. Yeah. So
Okay,
like
that's
this-
what we need. That's what we need for now.
Column B is on here.
Because we're going to go down director, manager, supervisors, assistant.
So
and you
remember,
have
this
that.
was done in May, so it is out of date.
Well,
So
I'm
this
sure it is, and I
updated.
expected it to be updated, but what I'm asking you is you have the numbers that I can interject while I'm speaking. Okay, good. Thank you so much. So Cindy, the total salary is the total 22-23 current staff plus 1.4 COLA. That's the column I'm using, it's like way at the end? Pardon me?
All vacancies were in the budget. The staff budget included all vacancies. So you should use,
Okay, well, I'm going down trustee McCullough's column,
wait a minute, let me look.
and we've had some adjustments, so I'm going to read that as we go along, and then we can discuss all the other numbers. So you have a different set of numbers, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I
well?
don't have any backup for Joe's numbers, so
Well, that's okay, I've already gone
I
through
have
those.
the,
So what I'm asking you
staff
is, are these
proposed
numbers
numbers.
replacing Becky's numbers, or are they replacing the budget numbers?
yes, they're replacing column B, the 22-23 budget that the staff proposed,
Okay,
because it has the, reflects changes since May when this was put together.
okay. So,
So it doesn't
I've got
address
that.
Joe's or Becky's.
So Cindy, this yellow column is replacing the first column B on this one that we got.
No, the yellow column is just vacancies, current vacancies. So would have been nice if I'd have printed the column numbers on it.
Can you just point out this sheet as we go and follow the original that we were looking
Sure. I just want the number we end up with to be accurate, so that's why
Okay.
I did that.
okay. So now we're in salaries. Executive director is 122.
And you said you wanted to hold off on that until the closed session, right?
Right, but it's the number that's in the budget, I'm just repeating it.
Okay.
And then, I wish I would have had a ruler. The next line
In
item.
order for the accountant to put together an ordinance, there has to be a decision tonight on what number you want him to use
Right.
in all line items.
Right, we're trying to get through that. So I was
Okay.
going to at least read off these amounts, then we would go with what the other options are and see where everybody stands. Or do you want to do it line by line?
No, I just wanted to be
Well, I'm asking you,
clear.
what do you think? I mean, because,
at.
I mean, everyone's
What's the point
speaking.
of reading? We can read it. We can see it, so you don't have to read off Joe's budget. We see it.
Okay, so how are we going to have a discussion and make a decision
Well-
if we're not
President.
talking? It has to be on the
We have
record.
to talk, granted.
It has to be on the record. So we're showing 122,000 for the executive secretary, but
Director, please.
Director, not the executive
Oh,
secretary.
sorry, the director. And you know, for some reason
Because she
Becky,
really appreciates the raise, don't you?
okay, for some reason, Becky, I see has 129,198.
Yeah. Do you want to know how we came up with our figures?
If Becky would like to justify that, yeah, please.
Yes.
Or
we-
you,
well,
whoever.
All three of us
Okay, go right ahead.
discussed this, and we decided to go according to cost of living.
Patty?
So that's why we decided everybody should have cost of living.
At what
They've
percentage?
all, at 5.9, which actually now I think cost of living is higher than that.
You wanna pass that
So
down?
therefore, we feel these people have been dedicated, have stuck with us through all our ups and downs that we've had this last year. They deserve our appreciation for doing more than their jobs they were originally assigned, to pick up the slack because of everybody who hasn't been hired yet. So therefore, we feel they deserve at least a cost of living raise.
So the major difference in our budget is that there's a 5.9% increase in salaries for all the staff on this list. And what was just being passed down is data on how I got that number, so that you can see I didn't just pull it out of thin air.
So here's the data and how we came up
So
with this.
as we go through the numbers for salaries, if there needs to be some adjustment, because I think Cindy, you included a 1.4% raise, we included a 5.9% raise. I have the Excel spreadsheet in front of me, which gives me the capability to change the numbers as we go, and we can see what the difference would be if we came to an agreement on maybe 4% instead.
Wonderful.
Okay, so are we going to discuss all the salaries, or are we
Well,
discussing?
the way we did it, Carolyn, is we figured the cost of living for everybody's salary. You know, like we've done before, say if we said 3%, then it's up to Cindy or the director at the time, when she is talking to people and giving them their raises, to decide if this one deserves this much or a little bit less, but it all averages out to like around cost of living.
Okay, so should we go around the board,
the-
get comments from the board members? Is that what we want to do now? So
Well,
we're at salaries, 5.9% COLA increase. Is that what we're talking about?
What is cost of living now? Do you know, Cindy?
When I looked at it today, I found the 5.9, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
Inflation is a little higher, but the
Yes,
cost, yeah.
inflation is higher.
Yeah.
But we figured at least cost of living.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, did you say, what was that again? Did you raise COLA?
5.9.
Okay,
what I
so that
found
is
today.
5.9. Okay. All right, so let's start with Joe McCullough. Any comments?
You took the numbers that Cindy had and you multiplied them times 1.059? Is that what you did?
I didn't multiply anything, the Excel spreadsheet did it.
Because Cindy had some raise in there, like a
Yeah, 1.4,
1.4.
yes.
So
And that's
is that
not
on-
cost of living?
No,
Right, I know, but did you subtract that and then multiply the times the one?
yes.
Yes.
You
It's
did.
just 5.9% on the
Okay,
Denise.
well, when I multiply by that number, where you have 3.722 million, I come out with 3.065 million. So we're like about 650,000 off.
650,000 off. I'm not sure what number you're using, but oddly enough, the vacancies are 692. Are you including vacancies?
I'm not including vacancies.
So that's the difference then, probably.
Yes.
Right. My budget does not include the vacancies. Currently, our budget
692.
last year was based on the expectation that library borrowings would recover to pre-COVID levels. In the last year, that has not occurred. We are
That doesn't have
currently
anything to do with
experiencing.
salaries,
Please don't
though, does it,
interrupt.
Joe?
Please don't interrupt.
The amount of borrowing, does that have anything?
Please
with-
don't
Will you stop
interrupt.
interrupting, please?
I'm just asking a
No, and when I'm
Please
done.
don't interrupt.
Okay, I
All
will
right.
bring all these up.
All right,
during my
grow
time.
up.
I'm writing my questions down, thank you.
In the last year, I'll start again. Our budget last year was based on the expectation that library borrowings will recover to pre-COVID levels. In the last year, that has not occurred. We are currently experiencing approximately half the number of original pre-COVID borrowings. In light of these facts, we need to construct a budget that corresponds to the lower level of library usage. It is wishful thinking that library usage will dramatically increase within this budget year. Budget increases are unrealistic at this time. And at the same time, increasing the number of employees. We do not need more employees here. We just need to balance them as far as hours and in departments. That's what's going on. We're overstaffed 9 to 5:30 and understaffed in other hours. Everybody wants to work 9 to 5, but they don't want to work the other hours. And we have maintenance staff coming in at 7:30 in the morning when we don't open till 9:30. We're just not operating efficiently.
Okay, can we please talk about what your percentage is and not
Okay.
go into a tirade?
When I multiply my numbers by the cost of living, I come with 3 million, with your cost of living, the 5.9, $3,065,805.
Okay.
That's your
365, could you please say that again?
What was your number, Joe? Please repeat it.
$3,065,805. $3,065,805.
And then that would be, just so I'm sure, that is what? Line 37, total salaries?
Correct.
And that doesn't include vacancies?
That's right, because he feels we are overstaffed as it is. If I heard him correctly.
Can I make a comment?
Of course.
Oh, go right ahead.
So my comment, Joe, would be if you just take a look at the airline industry where they cut to what their volume was at that time, and now they can't catch up fast enough. You know, you can't just pull a librarian off a shelf. It takes time, and I think that the issue of cutting to the point of where the circulation is now does not allow for the growth that continues to come. We have to be prepared to service the patrons that are continuing to increase, and we can't do that overnight.
I went through statistics from last August, which is pretty much as normal as it is now. And we have about I think it was about a 5% decrease in books, a 10% decrease in DVDs. In the children's department, we had a 10% decrease in the number of books in children's and teens. So you check your own statistics. I checked them. And compared to May, I don't have June statistics.
Right.
So
Okay.
we're not.
Circulation is one measure of what people do in a library.
Correct.
So they do other things in the library. So picking out one statistic and basing everything on that is not
But
fair.
the others are following along with that. There's no major increase. I don't foresee any dramatic turnaround from the level that we're doing now, because we've been out of COVID at least a year, pretty much in the same level we are now. We're sure under some kind of threat, and we'll be under that threat for years. But we're not going to turn around. What's happened is, I think, I don't want to say I'm 100% sure, but I think a lot of our patrons have learned to get their books on Amazon and on tablets, and they're not coming to the library.
No,
And
so
people are
I-
getting streaming service, and they're not coming for the DVDs.
Okay, with the
So
cost,
our-
with the cost of
Okay.
things, people are not turning to Amazon in hard times. They turn to the library. That is a proven fact. When the economy gets difficult, People turn to the library. They don't turn to Amazon to buy more. That doesn't happen.
And can I please ask
Okay,
that we
could we just
talk
go,
about
could we just,
No, we're
could
just
we go in
salaries.
line?
He's
Because
going,
this is
yes,
totally out
but
of
he's
control.
not going
Does
according
not
to what
work
he wants for the
in this
salary. He's coming up with budget. and all-
Excuse me, I'm asking that you allow each
But
trustee
he's not
to make a
talking
comment.
about the
right.
subject we're supposed to be
He's finished
talking
speaking.
about.
Can I go on to trustee Schoenfeld now?
Please.
Thank you.
Actually, I don't think that's a good setup for this
Well, you know
particular
what? It
meeting.
never
I
has
think
been
we
this
should
way until
address,
they've been in charge, so.
Patty, I think we should address the immediate issue. And instead of waiting, it just.
We're
it's
talking
not
about salaries.
cohesive. It doesn't make any sense that way.
We're talking about salaries. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, and I think Cindy, someone presented, Joe presented 3 million. I think we already have Cindy's numbers, and now I'm asking for comments to see where we stand.
Well,
Is
you
that
were going in
acceptable?
line, you said, so we're waiting for Suzanne to talk.
Well, that's what I said. If everyone stop interrupting, she's next. Is that okay with you? I mean, is there a different process you want to
Well, the
follow?
way we used to do it, when we were in a circle, we would raise our hand and we would, if
Yes.
we had comments, we would do that. It seemed like it flowed, but you're the boss,
This
so
just
do it your
doesn't
way.
ma- Yeah, I'm sorry.
Trustee
This
Schoenfeld.
doesn't make any sense.
Do you have any comments?
I have a question. Now, with the salaries, now does this include what the union is negotiation with as well?
We have not gotten to economic issues with union negotiations, so there is no,
Nothing's on the table as of right now?
right, right.
Thank you.
Okay, Patty, trustee Rosansky?
Yes, first of all, I don't see where borrowing has anything to do, or the amount of borrowing has anything to do with the number of staff we have and we employ. Yes, people get stuff online through the library cards that they have. They can go to Libby. But the amount of staffing we have is drastically reduced. I have been to the children's department at least twice since summer reading is going on, and there's been one librarian. It is ridiculous to have only one librarian in the children's department during summer reading. So to say, if I heard Joe correctly, that we should not include having any new staff, I am 100% against that. We have to, just because it's in the budget doesn't mean it's going out. It means it's got a line there in case we do finally get this hiring freeze at least partially dropped, that we can hire a couple of people that are desperately needed. And I didn't hear Joe talk about what percentage he wants. He didn't really, he was talking other stuff. And as far as talking his figures, we have 19 items here from the agenda where Joe miscalculated. So let's go according to his calculations, why don't we? And I still feel the 5.9 cost of living, as far as I'm concerned, is where it could be.
All right, thank you. Trustee Olson?
Basing your figures on current statistics is just not appropriate. We have to prepare for the future, as Cindy has mentioned. I mean, how do we grow if we're stifled? And that's what I think no librarians would stifle people coming in and using the library. I mean, if they have to wait 3 hours to get a room, they're going to go home. They're not going to stay here. I think we should include all vacancies, and if we use it, then we do. And if we don't use that vacancy or fill that vacancy completely, then we don't. But at least it's in the budget. At least we have the future in preparation. So, and I think 5.9 is just fine because going shopping is ridiculous and very expensive.
All right, thank you. Trustee Keene?
Yeah, I think we prepared this budget in response to what the staff asked for, listening to their professional requests for additional staff to be filled, and including a well-deserved raise for the staff that we currently have. So that's how I came to this numbers here, and that's how I feel. We need to replace the staff that they're asking for, and we need to give the current staff a raise. They most certainly deserve it.
Okay, I have a couple things to add. The library, as we all know, is currently in union negotiations, and economic issues are not for our decision, but for the union negotiations. I believe the purpose of the increase that Cindy added was just to mimic last year, and then the raises and other economic issues would be addressed in negotiations, which is the process we need to follow. So as a board, we can't choose salaries and other economic issues because we're in negotiations. So that's something we really can't do at this time.
Well, we can put it in the budget, doesn't mean we have to give it to them. It also goes according to the union negotiation.
Okay.
But if it's not budgeted, it won't be there.
The appropriations in the budget will account for raises, but that's up to the negotiation process with the union. So I don't believe we should be going down that avenue. Not at this time.
I don't think that that's true, and I think even if it were true, that a typical raise has been 3% each year. I think only last year was the only time that they got 1.4, and every year before that was generally 3%.
And that's because we were a 4-to-3 board.
But again, the purpose of that figure is just a placeholder. It has no value.
Well, then
The
5.9
decision-
can be our
budget for it
placeholder.
if we're going to be
Okay,
able to
we
give it.
cannot determine economic issues if we're in a union. That is just not our role.
But we can budget for it.
We can
The
for it.
budget appropriation can accommodate raises. It is not for us
That's not
to
how
make
you
any
use a budget.
determination at this time. But there's a couple other things I wanted to bring up. I went through all of the documentation from the departments that we received, and I will admit my focus was on the current staff, which as I reviewed the staff levels, the particular employees and what their tasks were, there is an abundance of overlapping throughout the work week. And I realize the other distinction between the library and other entities is that library staff have grade levels, and they all have, and many of them have different names of their positions. I think what's happening, and I agree that we are stifling our library because of just the way we're continuing to function. Unfortunately, we are in this post-COVID nightmare, and we need to reevaluate what's happening in our economy, how it's affecting our library, and what we need to do as a library staff to help promote a future where the library is going to thrive. I think cross-training is something I've always talked about. I understand we have cross-training, but what I see is there's a stifling effect where employees are in certain departments or they're in certain roles, and yet we have a need for so many other tasks that aren't being handled. What I think we need to do is reevaluate staff as a whole, what our needs are, and reconsider if it's grade level or if it's job function, what tasks really are essential for us to provide a more viable library and be able to serve the public. Because we're not accomplishing that, but we do have many staff in the library. There are departments that are just constantly overlapping with staff. Others have less. So we need to rethink the whole library strategy. And that's why I disagree with saying we need more employees, because I think it's important that we look at our current staff. I'm definitely a fan of cross-training or providing additional experience for our current employees to help increase their potential, help them probably expand their library experience. Everyone doesn't need to be doing the same job they've done for the past 5 years, especially now that COVID has had such an effect on everything. I think we're not reevaluating the value we have in our staff and what we could do. But that's why I'm sort of looking at this differently. But in terms of raises, I don't believe it is our discussion or decision tonight to even entertain that.
Can Cindy
It's
speak
not
to that?
our decision, when we're down 30% of our staff, you're saying let's cross-train? Who the heck are we gonna cross-train when majority of our departments are down so many people?
Patty, you're not looking at the departments as a whole. You need
Can
to
I
really
speak to
sit
that,
down
please?
and look at the
Okay,
details.
we already
What department doesn't
cross-trained.
have shortage?
Can
We
I,
already cross-trained.
yeah, can I speak to that,
They've
please?
talked
Um,
about that.
Just as salary is really not something that can change at this moment by the board, neither is job description. That is the union. All of the job descriptions have been sent to the union. And there can be, at this point during negotiations, no significant changes to jobs.
Okay, there can't be significant changes to jobs. We can take the time to reevaluate them, and we could bring those recommendations to the union, because that's what this library needs to survive. We
talking
need to be the
numbers right now.
driver.
Talking
We're not the
numbers.
follower.
We're not
But that
talking
is
job
for the
descriptions. We're
negotiation
talking
as
about
I know, but what
money.
I'm saying is, when we look at the library and all of these employees, we need to figure out what we need to do as a board and as staff to better the library,
we
and
were
that's what we
talking
need to do.
budget.
So we need to bring that to the union, but we need to take the time to reevaluate that. If you have an overabundance
Can we
of
get back to
staff
what's
in
on?
one
Well-
department,
Yes, we are
Budget.
And we have less
constantly,
than another.
we are constantly reevaluating and,
not to the point where you would shift people around.
well,
We-
that is not able to be done during
is a-
union
Can
negotiation.
we please talk
It
about the
is a
budget? That's why we're
recommendation.
here. President
is-
Durblick,
It
budget,
is a
numbers, let's go.
recommendation that you can make to the union based on your observation of what is needed.
Okay, we're not going to discuss union negotiations here.
But what I'm saying, I'm talking about reevaluating staff and utilizing them.
Can we
where
get
they're
back to
needed
the point?
To the fullest of their potential,
This
which
is
means
not on the
the numbers
agenda.
of staff that walked out or left, or whatever the reason is, really aren't the reason
I'm
for the
just making
impact. The
track of
impact
all
is
the
the
time she's
stifling way
wasting our
that
time.
the library is functioning right now.
Well,
And it's our
I'm
responsibility
not going to take
change
that personally, Carolyn, but I could. So, I think that your observation is, from your point of view.
Well, I would be, I'd
Vaulted,
rather than
yes.
discuss this in public, I'd rather sit down with you and show you exactly what I'm talking
Well,
about.
that's fine,
Yes,
but
you would.
today we're
We're
talking
not
about the
talking
budget.
about-
I know, but the point is, what I'm trying to say is, we're talking
We
about
all
the people who
understand what you're
left the
trying to
library.
say. Let's
I would
move
like
on.
us to emphasize on the people that are here.
Absolutely.
They constantly reevaluate.
Plus, under union negotiations, like she said, you can't change job descriptions when you're in union negotiations.
You're in
Bring it
union
back to the
negotiations,
budget.
you need to bring it to the union.
And I thought we needed to fill in this budget line to complete a budget. So we're not gonna wait for union to tell us. We have to fill it in. We have to complete this budget
Well,
as we
it's
see
a-
fit.
It's apparent we're not going to agree on salaries. Let's move on to the next
Why
category.
should we keep going if we're not gonna
Carolyn
agree?
is the one in charge. Let her decide where we should be.
It's up to you.
I didn't hear your number. What are you proposing? Salary line?
I'm
Salary?
not proposing
Oh.
a salary line. We already have three. We have one line item for $3,065,805. I don't know, Becky, I take your number is off. Is that what we're thinking I should look
No.
at?
No,
Cindy?
that's what Joe says.
My numbers with a 5.9%
No, I have your number. It's Becky's. Becky, you
No,
have-
Joe's number is because of not including staff that are
Yeah, I'm aware of
not
that.
hired.
I'm trying to figure out what
That's the
number.
difference.
Okay.
We're including jobs that should be filled, and Joe is not. That's the difference.
Okay, my question is, Becky, your number is 3,000,007. That's incorrect. I should be looking at Cindy's new number. Is that it?
As far as I'm concerned, my number is correct.
Okay. So we're looking at 3,065,805.
No. Wait, sorry. Which
No,
number
that's
is that?
Joe's. Yours
That's
is
Joe's number.
3,722,805.
That's correct.
So those are the two numbers we're looking at. Okay. So how do you suggest we proceed?
I don't have a suggestion.
You tell us.
Well, we can take a vote on the two numbers.
No,
No?
you know what the vote's gonna be.
Whatever, let her do it
Because
how she
there's
wants to
no-
do it.
So what would you like to do, Trustee Olson?
I
We're
would
already on
like
salaries.
to, whatever, the staff budget, we haven't looked at that number. I think the staff budget is a good in-between number. We
Yeah,
can-
but that's at
we
1.4%
can negotiate.
That's a 1.4% increase versus the 5.9 that we had, which is cost of living.
The staff includes the vacancies. The union will determine the salary, the raise.
Well, we're just putting it in there so it's in the budget. We're not saying it has to be the amount.
So
Right.
we do have a third amount.
But I'd rather have vacancies filled.
I would like to have vacancies filled, yes. But let's see, until we get another board member, the likelihood of that even being put on the agenda, since I asked for it to be put on the agenda, is almost nil.
Okay, back to the numbers.
So the 3,512 includes the vacancies at a 1.4 COLA.
I have 3.484 for the staff budget
Yeah,
salaries.
that was in May. This new,
Okay.
this sheet that I just gave you here,
Right?
the columns over on the right, where it says total budget all staff plus 1.4 COLA, that column
Uh-huh,
is,
thank you. 3.512, right?
yes,
And that's with 1 point. Cindy, what was the percentage?
a 1.4%, same as last year.
Thank you.
But again, that would depend on the negotiations.
Do you have a number with no without filling the vacancies with the 5.9% increase?
That's the next to the last column on the sheet that I passed out. It says total 22-23 current staff with the 1.4 COLA.
No, I mean with the 5.9 COLA. You don't have.
No, I don't.
No.
No, that was
She went
Becky's.
according to what she had.
I was
for
just
the
working with our
budget.
staff
Okay.
proposal.
So Cindy, current staff at 1.4 is 2,818,163.
Yes.
And Joe McCullough's number,
895.
what happened to the 3,065,805 I was just quoted in the beginning?
Well, that's Joe with the 5.9% COLA.
That's 5.9.
Yes.
So Joe, that's the number you were just asking for. And the 1.4 is 2,818,163. Okay, but Joe, you have 2,895. Oh, is that because you maybe increased?
That's with Cindy's increase.
Okay, so we went back.
And there
down.
was I think we made an adjustment for one position.
One assistant director, that is, I mean,
Assistant-
current staff is nobody in admin.
Greg's position, as we allowed for an assistant director, but not for a business
Oh,
manager.
well, that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out what number's correct.
They're all correct, they're just different.
They're just different viewpoints.
So, Joe, what number is yours?
Well, the number with the 1.4% COLA increase comes to 2,895,000.
Line 37,
Carolyn?
Yeah, I see that number, but I'm also looking at yours. Okay. Yeah, I have that number on my sheet. Okay.
I don't think we should be looking at anything that eliminates the vacancies. We have to put those in the budget, because if we don't, the whole year will pass and those vacancies will not be filled, because it won't be in the budget.
And it's already been over a year.
Well,
And
you know what? I think it's wishful thinking that you think the volume of people coming in here and.
No, I'm
and-
talking about
and
right
it's
now,
not- It's not
people-
gonna happen.
people-
I don't see any trend, I don't see any reason.
Joe, how often are you actually here? I can tell you how often
I
I'm usually here.
come in
It's
here once or twice a
multiple times
week.
a week, and
Yeah.
their parking lot has been pretty darn full.
Yeah, like 15 cars in the front
No.
and 40 in the back.
Wait a minute, haven't you listened to the librarians? I mean, they are crying for staff.
I come in here in the
Single-
daytime.
All right,
there's-
you know what, this
I
is,
don't wanna
excuse
hear
me,
what you
excuse
do.
me, but we don't,
It
this
doesn't matter.
cross
We're
conversation,
talking money.
I think we've had,
We're
we've
talking money. Let's see
reached our
what they're
peak.
saying.
All right, so we
Talking
are now
money,
on
right.
salaries.
I think all the vacancies should be included, whether we fill them immediately or
There should be
as
something
needed.
in the budget.
They should be in the budget.
I think something we might all want to keep in mind while we're trying to figure out what the budget should be is, what budget is going to serve our community and its values, and what budget is going to serve the library and the professional staff's values, and what budget is going to work with our strategic plan and support it, and what budget goes along with the values of libraries all over the United States. We need to be asking ourselves those things when we think about this.
And not only that, though, we need to actually think of the residents of Niles.
I think that's what I meant by community.
No, the seniors that live here, that cannot bear the tax increases.
Sure.
The 88% in Niles is rather high to live here.
Okay, but that's not what, anyway,
That's her opinion.
it's fine.
All right, we are now on salaries. In order to move forward, we should take a vote. We should pick
You tell us
what
what
you
we're
want,
voting on.
what amount you're agreeing on, and we should take a vote. Trustee Olson requested including vacancies. So
Include all the
which-
vacancies plus the COLA raise.
The 5.9. So then that would be 3 million, no, wrong one.
$3,722,805.
Okay. So I think,
If you want to take a vote on that, go right ahead.
No, but how did you justify that?
you can't,
Got to start someplace.
okay, do I have a motion to approve a $3,722,805 salary for 22-23, which includes, a 5.9 COLA, and also includes all vacant positions.
I move.
Second.
Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Derbelik,
Based on union negotiations, no.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
No.
Trustee Makula,
No.
Trustee Rosansky,
Yes.
Trustee Olson,
Based on negotiations, yes.
thank you. Trustee Keene,
Yes.
3-3 fails.
At least we started voting.
So I'd like to know what number that,
I would like to put forth a proposal that we take my numbers with the current employees, and rather than Cindy's 1.4% COLA, we plug in the 5.9%. That number would be actually less than, around a 3.065, 805.
can I question you,
With-
Joe, so, to make sure I understand
ahead.
you correctly? So what you're saying is not to include the positions that are not
Filled.
filled, and
Current.
just put in there 5.9, like we said the cost of living was, for staff. And that's it?
For current staff,
Yeah. That's your proposal?
that's it.
Okay, thank you.
But the number won't come out to 3 point.
No, not to our no, it'll be lower because you're
No,
not
no.
including staff.
Even the number I came up with, the 3.65, doesn't subtract the increase that Cindy already put on there.
Well, she's got the numbers on her computer over here, Becky. She can tell us the number within about 2 seconds.
Well, but I don't have it for, without that.
Okay, I'm going to go around and get comments, please, so we could have another vote or
Okay, go
move
ahead.
forward. Trustee Schoenfeld, any comments? No. Trustee Rosansky.
I'm willing to wait until the vote comes.
Trustee Olson?
I'd like to make an amendment to provide.
Talk a little closer to the microphone so we can hear you.
I'd like to make an amendment to provide some staff, maybe not all staff. And I don't know what that would be because we need guidance from our executive director.
Staff is in.
With the
um,
5.9%
Yeah.
COLA.
Staff is in most need of nights and weekends, part-time.
Yes.
Pardon me?
Part-time
is the most
staff,
needed.
nights and weekends. And an assistant director.
Yes, assistant director is number 1 in my book. We have to have that.
So assistant director,
And part-timers
part-timers
for nights and weekends.
for nights and
I think
weekends.
we would need to have the supervisors tell us what they thought
Yes,
would be most necessary.
true, but,
Yes,
I mean, if at
that is
least
what
we
they
can
told me
budget
last week.
that in, then hopefully we can get people to say, okay, we can drop the hiring freeze for the part-timers and so we can get some extra help for the weekends and nights.
All right, Trustee Keene?
It's not really clear to me what I'm commenting on at the moment. Am I commenting on what Joe's proposal was, or Diane's, or both, or?
Well, I don't know. Since her proposal, the way I understand it, her proposal is slightly different than his. So should we vote on hers first?
So where are we at, President Derblick?
Everyone's talking, and I'm trying to figure out myself.
Okay.
But I'm still trying to comment on Joe's position.
Okay.
After all of you, then it would be my turn. But Diane did say she wanted to amend, which usually takes precedence.
Mm-hmm. That's what
Okay.
how I understand it.
So,
Well, actually, all the words were put in my mouth. I would like more than that as far as vacancies.
So what are you suggesting then?
Yeah, please tell us so we can know what your proposal is.
I'm not sure. That's why I need help from the executive director as far as how many vacancies did we have?
So if you look at this sheet that I gave you, there is a column for the number of staff. So so there are 9 librarian vacancies. There are 6 grade 5 vacancies. 4 associate 1 in patron services that do passports. And grade 6, 4 vacancies. So this is 25 vacancies altogether.
And then you were suggesting just part-time, so are those listed
How
here?
many would that be, your part-timers you're suggesting? So she can put that in the thing for that, and you wanted your assistant director, correct?
Yeah, so the grade 5, associate 1, and grade 6 are all part-time. The librarians has some full-time positions in it. We don't have any grade 5.
So how many are we talking?
Full-time.
Because she needs to put that in her proposal, from what I'm understanding is expected.
That would be, well, there's 25 vacancies, so I can look it up. I can give you more specific.
Because you said the part-timers.
Yeah, I mean, I can't give you a number off the top of my
Okay.
head. You can
Well-
put down part-time, grades 5, 6. I mean, there are part-time librarians that work in youth services. They have in the past had that, so.
Well, while you're
Okay,
looking
so
up numbers, can I ask
Okay.
a question?
Well, then we'll just keep it
Yes,
as.
she'll come
Keep
back
it
to you
as.
when she gets her numbers.
Okay.
I have a question. Somebody mentioned that there's a need for part-time positions to be filled on the weekends. Is that what you were saying? So back to my observation of the overlapping of staff during the week, or actually through the entire week, we can't reschedule current staff so that we can fill positions that are open on the weekends? I mean,
Well,
all
some
that
of the staff were hired for fixed schedules.
Well, they may have, but right now, because of the library's decrease in attendance, and there is, some days you may have a large amount of people here, but in terms of pre-COVID, we're nowhere near that. But we have enough staff that, based on the numbers, are overlapping. So why is it that people who are hired for specific hours couldn't be approached, or anyone can't be approached, to see if now that the need is here, or the need is for that, we can address that? Because
But
what
we
we're
are
saying-
addressing that because
well,
we
what
are
you're
covering
saying-
them.
What you're saying is if we have overlapping during the week, or during certain days, and then you're barren on other days, we're not staffing correctly. And it looks like, based on the numbers from all these departments, that is a possibility.
I believe I've seen documents that said when people joined the staff, that they agreed to work weekends and evenings as needed.
Some, but not
Yeah.
all.
Oh, I thought it was for everybody.
No, some of the jobs are posted with specific hours, even specific days. So.
Because when I come in 9 to 5 shift here, there's like 40 people working, and we got 15 people in the library. So it's out of whack with what our traffic patterns are.
So
Okay,
again,
but
that
back
is
to
for
my,
a
if I
different-
could please finish my statement, okay? My concern is that we're not reevaluating the staff we have, and it looks like we have an opportunity to fill vacancies with the staff we have by moving them around, since we don't really need them where they are. I mean, our staff, I see supervisors here on the weekends, during the week. I mean, are you saying the other staff that we have would be unwilling to switch hours, or they don't work weekends?
Yeah, I
mean,
would.
I'm trying to figure that out,
Yeah.
because it looks like they work all the days.
You want to see an exodus?
I was going to say, Cindy, didn't you just tell?
Because I think the reason, what I was told, and this was when I was working on last year's budget with the administration, was that, everyone works 9 to 5, so of course that's where all
You
the
were never
people are.
told that.
But now that it's post-COVID, shouldn't we reevaluate that?
We are constantly reevaluating.
But I meant that
We do not have
specifically.
enough bodies. We need more bodies. I know you disagree with that.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion. That's
Okay,
my
Okay,
position.
but I'm
Let's go
asking,
back.
asking
Okay.
since we're reevaluating
No,
our
we're not.
current
Again,
situation,
we're
that we
not.
now
No,
look
we're
at
not.
that.
This
We are
is
always
budget. This
looking at
isn't
it.
Okay, I'd like
reevaluating,
to have
and
a
this is under
further
union
discussion with you
negotiations.
about
Isn't
that.
that what you told us, Cindy?
I'd
We
like
can't
to
do
see
this
that later.
because it's
All right,
under
let's just
union
put through
negotiations.
my,
Isn't
there's
that
that
what-
too.
amendment, please, to hire.
Go right ahead, what's your amendment?
Okay.
So you have to, I don't know. I cannot give you an exact number of part-time
Okay, I
people.
don't need an exact
80%
number.
of them are part-time people, grades
Okay.
5, grade 6,
Okay.
grade 5.5.
Okay. Okay, what was the beginning of my,
Was
I'm sorry.
the 5.9 salary?
oh, you didn't write anything down?
No.
You don't want me to?
There was a lot of talking, and she's like a yo-yo going back and forth.
So you wanted
I'd
to
like to-
amend,
Um,
Joe's
Joe's
uh,
amendment.
motion to add assistant director and part-time staff in grades 5.5, 6,
And to keep the vacancies,
that are vacant.
all the vacancies.
Oh, all the vacancies. Well, then I don't need a number. That's even
Well,
easier.
to keep them all, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
We
no,
just voted
actually,
on
I
that
said,
technically, so that's why,
yeah,
and it voted down. So that's why
yeah,
we thought
okay,
you
so,
were
all right, so,
tweaking it.
yes, we're tweaking it. That just,
Right, so there's 25 vacancies, and, so you can pick,
the number to be determined,
there you go.
50% of,
the part-time and the
Well, we
assistant
need
director.
subs too, because we have nobody as subs right now. And subs, we don't have to give benefits to. And so technically, subs should probably be included that we increase subs. But I don't know if that's for now during the budget, or if we should just worry about what we're worrying about.
what about hiring for all part-time positions?
Yeah, all part-time positions.
Okay, that makes it simple.
And a
And-
assistant director.
Yes. Is that what your amendment?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good.
That's, do I have to say it again?
No, I don't think so.
Because we know it's going to be.
Right.
Okay, do we have an amendment?
Yes.
Margaret?
The amendment
gonna read
is
it?
to adjust the, to include all the part-time and assistant director positions. Yes.
So is this motion about hiring, or is this motion about
To leave
salaries?
those salaries open so they can be hired.
Budgeting.
Because technically,
Putting
them in
with
the
the
budget.
hiring freeze, we can't hire anybody.
All right, the
But
motion,
at least we want to have the money there so that if it, hiring freeze drops, we can then hire them.
thank you. All right, the conversation started with trustee Makula recommending a 5.9 COLA increase for current staff. So the motion now is a 5.9 COLA increase for current staff and all vacancies.
Part-time.
No,
All part-time vacancies, not all
And also
vacancies.
including the assistant director position, because that's a very needed position.
Okay, I think I got this. All right. Do I have a motion for a 5.9% COLA increase for all current positions, all vacant part-time positions, and the assistant director position?
Yes.
Second,
Okay, Margaret, please call the roll. Oh, sorry.
it was me for two. It was her for one.
Trustee Derblick,
Based on union negotiations, I vote no.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Besides, unions, no.
Trustee Makula,
No.
Trustee Rosansky,
Yes.
Trustee Olson,
Based on union negotiations, yes.
Trustee Keane.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it is 3 ayes and 3 nays, therefore it fails.
So then we go back to the original,
Yeah,
original thing that was for the
just-
5.9 that Joe put out.
Yeah, the amendment fails.
His original motion? is
Yeah.
that we go back to that now,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so if there's no adjustments to the budget, then the budget stands? Is that the way it works? If you don't
What
agree
budget?
on the staff budget, we proposed a budget, if you don't agree on any changes, the budget stands?
We have to agree on an amount. If we don't agree on an amount, there's no budget.
So
Okay.
how
There's no
about
change.
we lower the raise and allow for the part-timers, maybe a 4% raise
Yes.
instead of 5.9?
Would that be acceptable? That, we'll put in that we will be willing to go 4%, cost of living, and then still hire, like we said, all part-timers and an assistant director.
Yeah, have to talk to them because I think they don't want
Does-
more bodies.
Well, but we're going down
Might
with
as well
the
move on.
percentage.
Well, they're all not gonna be hired at one time. It's not gonna be.
I mean, we'll be lucky if we can get anyone to come.
We just want to have the money there in case we get to a point where we can hire.
So we're trying to compromise. We're trying to meet you halfway. So let's see some movement this way.
Okay, I'm not in agreement for replacing vacancies until we reevaluate the current staff. If I could
So
talk
you're not
about,
moving.
if I can talk about overlapping and we don't want to address that, why would
You don't
why would I
address it
consider
now.
more people? Well, if I
Then-
can't address it now, then I can't vote on this either. I need to get some clarification here.
Well, you should
So
have
what
done
would you
that
like to do?
Before we had a budget, you should
We're
have done
willing
that.
to go
Been-
down
I've
from
been
the
working on this
5.9.
for a year.
If
We're
you
willing
want
to
to
go
do
down
that-
from the 5.9 that Joe has suggested to 4% if you're willing to hire especially the assistant director, which is definitely needed. Poor Cindy is being run ragged, and part-timers to hang on weekends and evenings.
So let's have everyone comment on that, because we're trying to
let's
work here, and we're
discuss
trying to
this.
move things along, and we're trying to compromise. So let's see how it goes.
Okay, trustee Makula?
As I said 3 or 4 times, we have plenty of staff. We
Okay,
just
a
have to
yes or no
balance
would
them
suffice.
around, and we don't need to hire more staff. We do need to, with our current staff, adjust for inflation, which is the 5.9%. But we don't need to hire any new staff.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
I agree with what Joe says.
Trustee Rosansky?
I do not agree with what Joe said. I am willing to come down from 5.9 to 4%, which, excuse me, is quite a bit. It is not at cost of living at this time, but it's still something. As long as we leave those positions on the books, not that we are technically raising the hiring freeze, I'm not saying we are, but in case, God forbid, lightning strikes, and we're allowed to, we have the money there to hire them. And I also want an assistant director. And I've been asking for that for over 6 months, because poor Cindy is being run ragged.
Can I ask, what's the criteria for vacant positions? In
We
1990,
said
we had
part-timers.
60
We
employees.
said part-timers. And you're going back, never mind.
What's the criteria? How far back? I mean, it's got to relate to the volume of lending and
No, it
borrowings,
doesn't, Joe.
and
That's
and people
according to
coming
what
in the
you think.
library.
That's not
It's
according to what I think.
well,
What I think is I come in
We had
here
118
and I might see a person at a desk and
Yeah,
I
yeah.
might not.
we had 118 people working here at one time. We don't need 118
We're not
people.
asking for 118
You're asking to fill
people, Joe.
vacancies. Those
We're
are all
asking for
vacancies.
part-timers, Joe. They do not get benefits. They're part-timers. So we're saving on benefits. And most of our part-timers are paid just above minimum wage. You're saying we can't afford to pay somebody minimum wage? I'm not asking for the high-paying positions. I'm asking for part-timers.
So the number of staff in the proposed staff budget is 93. It's nowhere close to 118. It's 93. Filling the 25 vacancies.
Could you say that again?
The number, if you're on this sheet, the number where it says the number of staff, so the total number of staff is 93. If you're taking the current staff of 68, adding 25 vacancies, it becomes 93. So if you don't want a business manager, then it would be 92. But again, 25
The
of
most
them.
important position at this time is your assistant.
Well, and that has been in the budget all year, so I don't know why it would be taken out
As long
now.
as that is still budgeted for and it can be hired, fine. Then I'm going for, we should have this 4% with all the part-time positions still left in the budget that are needed to be hired. Part-timers who get just above minimum wage, who get no benefits. That's my proposal.
So-
4%,
We do have some part-time benefits.
huh?
We do have some part-time benefits.
Yes, but majority of the people we need are part-timers. So I'm just saying, let's fill the part-time positions for nights and weekends. And 4% across the board. Do I have a second?
I think
Second.
we are already on this, and I think we're just going down the
I
road.
thought we were
So I
just
think
Oh, we're going down? Fine, we're going down.
we did. I think it was your turn to vote, Patty. Am I right? Is that where we were
It
at?
wasn't a motion, I was just making the motion, and they were discussing it, and Joe saying, and the three of them were saying we don't need any more staff. As far as what I remember hearing.
I don't recall a motion.
There wasn't a motion.
So I think everyone's commenting on whatever well, actually, there was an original statement, then as everyone speaks, it seems to change. So I'm not sure what everyone's commenting on, but please continue and then
My
we'll figure out
original
where we are.
statement is what we were talking about, but I'd like to make it a motion so that we can then vote, so we get moving. 4% across the board and 4% for the part-time positions that still need to be filled.
And the assistant director.
Oh,
Right.
that she said the assistant
okay.
director is already on the rolls to be hired anyway, so we don't have to put that.
I second.
Okay, Margaret, please call the roll. And just to repeat the motion, it's for a 4% COLA raise for all current staff and a 4% for part-time vacancies. Okay.
No, it's to fill vacancies, 25 vacancies.
No. It's to fill the part-time vacancies, not
part-time
25 vacancies.
Yes,
Not all the vacancies are part-time.
not all of them are. Correct.
This back on. Trustee Derblick,
No.
trustee Schoenfeld,
No.
trustee Makula,
No,
trustee Rozansky,
Yes.
trustee
Thank you
Olson.
for negotiating. No.
Trustee
Yes.
Olson, thank you.
Yes.
I want to make sure. Trustee Keen,
Yeah, coming here with every intention of negotiating and compromising, that was what I walked into the room doing, and I feel that's what I have been doing, and so I still am voting yes to this, even though it's not going
If
anywhere.
this is the way the rest of the meeting goes, we might as well.
and I will just
And-
tell you the totals are
Yeah,
3
fails.
yeas, 3 nays, fails,
Yes.
unfortunately.
you
Thank
you know, my motion was never taken up to not increase not fill any vacancies with the current staff, just give them the 5.9% cost of living allowance.
I think we did vote on that, didn't we?
No, we didn't.
Oh, okay, well, we can vote on that.
You want to vote on that?
That number would come to
If he wants to.
Well,
three,
we will let the accountant figure out what it is. We're
Okay.
just putting the percent,
so
okay,
that would
Joe?
be no new hires, just the current staff would get a COLA cost of living of 5.9%. No, it's 5.9, that's what the COLA is. We're not hiring any new people.
Okay, do you have a second for your motion, Joe?
Do we have a second?
That's what I'm asking.
the motion is, and I believe we did go down with the 5.9% before. 5.9%, I thought you changed to 4, but that's okay. Now it's
No.
5.9%
It's the
for
cost.
all current staff.
All current staff, yes.
But how could we do that with union negotiations?
I know,
I
and
don't
you could change the
understand.
numbers, it
union
doesn't
will-
change the situation.
We're just putting money, a marker there. That doesn't mean that.
That's
has-
not our,
But
that's not our role.
issue.
Yeah,
You
that's
know
not
what?
our role. Our role is
They may
not
not-
to set
No.
raises. We're
Okay, then
in
there's no
negotiation.
second, let's move on.
No second, let's move on.
All right. So are we gonna move to library materials? That's the next category.
Whatever floats your boat.
Now, I am showing, all right, there are differences. Okay.
Yeah, the main differences
Books,
are in the middle column.
Books adults, I'm showing 140,000. Okay, you know, I know we went over all these numbers before, but Joe, since we're going down all these numbers again, you need to justify why your numbers are what they are. You've got numbers where the others don't have numbers, and or your amounts are different. And I've been through this, but you're going to need to explain it.
Well,
So, I mean, so they understand where you're coming from, and then we can all figure out where we stand.
if you take the adults department, we budgeted 139,000 last year. My budget for this year is 140,000. Our projected actual expenditures are only 109,000 as of yesterday, as of the close of the year. As of March, we only spent 81,000 in books. So the 140 is substantially greater than the actual amount we probably spent this year. And since our circulation hasn't increased, we projected these numbers last year with hoping that the circulation would come back to where it was pre-COVID, and it did not. So this theoretically is probably more than we need in that category. All these categories follow the same situation where we're not having the circulation there. And we did not reduce.
Excuse me, I would prefer you justify each number.
No, come on.
Well, I mean, I think it's logical. He just said that he's budgeted 140,000, but actual was how much to date?
109.
Okay, so, I mean, it's not an out-of-line figure. So the year's up, we ended up at 109, and he's giving this
Well, if
line
you
item
figure what he's
140.
basing it on, it's totally out of line.
Well, no, if to date we're at 109, it's the end of the fiscal year.
We don't have those numbers yet. These are the numbers on the original budget as of the end of March.
As of the end of March, it shows 81,885.
Right, that's what he said.
So the projection was, though, based on that. So we don't
Based
know
on
where
that,
we are at
would
the
be
end of the year.
109. I don't know what the exact number is. We won't
Exactly.
know until.
We don't know that yet.
But it probably isn't 140. It's less than that. And when we did the numbers last year, we were expecting for much larger circulation, and we don't
Well, we
have it.
weren't expecting the resurgence of COVID that we had when we budgeted last year, several times, right? So,
All right, so the next item on the line is books juvenile. And we had last year, the 21-22 budget was 68,000. And we budgeted this year 70,000. They spent 42,000 as of the end of March, and they projected 56,000. When we go into the statistics, that's one area that was down 10% from a year ago as far as the statistics show. But we're still at the same number, $2,000 more than we budgeted last year. The next item is books teen.
Please do.
Please do. Please, yeah, They want to hear you.
Just to defend both adult and juvenile book spending, the publishing industry really experienced a similar decrease in outputs the same way that a lot of other kind of product-based industries did. And they're resuming their production. And a lot of the books that we did order, every month we get a report on books that we put in our basket to purchase in the bucket, and that the publishing company was not able to get to production. So as that's coming back online, we'll be spending those dollars. And as Sarah, who was purchasing last year, noted, that we downshifted our spending patterns. So we used to buy everything that was a starred review, and because our budget was cut, we only were buying books that had 2-starred reviews among the 3 review journals. And so I've been going back and looking at things that have stars that we haven't purchased, and that's just not our purchasing pattern that has ever been. We fell into kind of a shell-shocked, because our budget was cut, spending pattern, and then the production of these books were being cut off. We'd order them, and then they never came to be on the shelf. So please don't cut our budgets again after you cut our budgets and we weren't able to get these books. This is not.
I'm increasing your budget by $2,000 for books.
That is not enough.
And
It is not enough for youth. It is not enough for teen. It is not enough for adult services. I will say that. Fact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you show
We
us
appreciate
the
your opinion.
information? Can you provide information to us?
Oh,
for Christ's sake.
All the information that I've spent, and I've spent a lot of my time.
But we need to see figures.
Did you read the white binder?
Yes,
Did you
I
read all
did.
the pages in the white
Yes, I
binder?
did, Diane.
And she explained this in her
Yeah. And see, that's it. Every time you turn around, we need more forms, we need more figures. That's just ridiculous.
I will just say that my professional integrity is questioned at every meeting at this board.
Not by
and it
all
is-
of us, honey.
Not by all of the people up there. It is insulting, and I feel devalued as a human being, as a member of this community, even though I don't live in this community. I've worked here for 15 years. I've read to your children. I've served your children. I've served the adults. I've served this community. And my professional opinion and those of everyone who works in this building is devalued constantly. It is very, very difficult. Very difficult. And if you're talking also, I have no game in this union negotiation, but you're saying you can't, based on union negotiations, approve of putting money aside for a potential raise. You're also challenging the jobs as we were hired to do these jobs. We do work nights, we do work weekends. I'm working 4 weekends to cover all the holes in this calendar. It's ridiculous. I am in tears.
Wake up and listen down there, would you? This is not being made up. It's right here in front of your face. It's what I've been trying to tell you for a year. Pay attention. Thank you for standing up and saying that. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Arian,
definitely
one
don't
comment
devalue you.
about the budget. Yes, we're not putting money in the budget for raises. We're not assigning the raises. There's an
This is not about
appropriation.
raises. This is not about
There-
raises. This is
there's-
about job descriptions and all the entirety of a workload that was once 80-something people now being carried by the shoulders of, how many people are we at now?
She said 60-something.
Can I just make my statement? Your
You
comment
may.
was we're not putting money in the
I'm not talking
budget
about money.
to cover this.
I'm not talking about raises. I'm talking about having enough people to cover nights and weekends, having enough
Okay.
people to cover the desk. If somebody is sick and they can't come in, I was in here at 9 a.m. knowing that I'd have to be here for this meeting because somebody was out today. There's not enough people on my staff to cover the shifts 9 to 5, let alone nights and weekends. You are allowing this structure to crumble. This is crumbling. This is not working.
It's also about the way that they're being
I'm
treated
aware
and
that
talked
some
to.
of the departments have less employees than others, and I'm trying to understand very much so why only in a library we have an overflow of people in one area and we are unable to assist in another.
You
And I
know,
understand we're in a
Brandon.
union, but there's got to be a solution here.
We're not
You
Lego
Yes,
bricks. We have
and
different
I know
skill
what
sets.
the solution is.
There are different skill sets, but there's also some, there's some equation in the whole scenario of libraries. You may be children's or youth and teens, as you call it. Adults is
As you
similar.
call it.
Someone
I
told
call
me
it that, too.
because someone's an adult, they tried to tell me that, or someone tried to tell me an adult librarian could not assist in youth or teens, and I find
That's
that
correct.
unlikely in a pinch.
That is not what people went to grad school,
Right.
professional
Well,
degree
not only
people went to
that.
do. I'm going to step back because
Yeah. Well, the fact is you don't like
statement is
libraries the
about
way they are and
the
what they stand
print
for,
budget.
and that's why
And
you're doing
when-
what you're doing.
When I go to a librarian
And
to
that's
ask
the bottom
questions
line.
about books, I would hope they would understand the books in the area where they work. You can't expect a librarian or all librarians to understand all of the books in the whole building, especially children's books. I mean, my gosh.
Why can't this department be consolidated in one
Oh, God.
geographic area? You're splitting your staff down in the basement and on the first floor. If you bring them all together, you'll run more
That was
efficiently.
addressed in my
Cost for
editorial,
construction.
if you didn't read
How
it,
much is it gonna
Joe.
cost for construction, Joe?
It's a
You're gonna waste
bad,
the money on construction to move
It's
it.
not bad,
It's-
it's smart.
it's
The
a bad
teens
idea
need
to
their
have them
own
split up in
space.
two spots.
No,
Do some
It's
research.
ineffective.
Research your ideas before you,
You don't know what you're talking about.
I
Neither
don't
do
know
you,
what I'm
Joe.
talking about.
Talking, you're not thinking about.
Are you in
Why
school
would you
for your
split-
MLIS?
Why would you split the kids' department in two
Because
areas?
teens
You gotta
need their
have
own
people
separate
servicing
space.
two desks. It doesn't make any sense.
So this is what my thesis is on. I do know what I'm talking about.
She's actually going to school on this subject right now.
Sure.
Yeah, and she actually, no, I won't.
This
All
is
right,
a
all right,
business
all right, all right.
management.
Can we bring this back
situation,
to the
not a
budget
library.
meeting?
Yes, bring us
So
back
we
to
are,
the budget.
we were going down,
I propose that we accept the staff's proposal. 704,120. That's my.
motion?
Second it.
We don't need to hear any more
Yes,
explanations because
No.
they're very.
and because we have 19 facts right here that you screwed up the numbers on, so we don't need to hear your numbers.
Excuse me?
And we have a white book full of all the explanations, how they came to these conclusions, how the staff came to these conclusions, working with Cindy. So I propose that we use the proposal.
You know, at this point, why don't we go through the whole budget and decide what you want to vote on as total, instead of wasting time as we are
We're
arguing
just
with one
saying,
another.
Yes,
we-
it is
she's
a
just
waste of
giving you
time.
an
Just
Slow
amendment.
down. Let's, no, so now you would like to, your motion is for the library budget of $704,120 for library materials. What are you, what are you considering for library operating expenditures? We might as well just
We're
get to
do,
this.
I thought we were going one section at a time. You were doing materials.
Well, I think at this point, if you already have an idea of what you're doing and it doesn't matter that we go through line by line,
Well-
I think it would be faster.
Well, we're going section by section, Precious, not line by line.
Well, Joe was just identifying.
Joe was-
his
Yes,
Going
and we're
line
just
by
saying
line.
we're going,
Continue
we feel
total.
we would rather go according to the budget proposed by the library staff, not Joe's. And that's what we are putting for our motion.
Okay, well, I think we're in the middle of trustee McCullough explaining his numbers.
Well, we don't need, we can see them.
I
and
need,
he's not
I
gonna
need an
change.
explanation
Let
why
Joe
they're lower.
explain whatever the heck.
Because at the meeting that the three of you walked out, he had zeros and I questioned it and we put numbers back in
Well,
there.
I'm so
So I
proud.
need to understand these
So,
numbers.
yeah, let's give the guy a prize. Go ahead. Have Joe tell you what you want to hear.
I think we have a motion on the table, don't we?
I thought we did until she cut me off, so I couldn't make the motion. Because Diane made it, I seconded, and we were cut off.
We were talking about materials here.
Yes.
Margaret, is that
Okay.
correct? Do we have
And
a
we
motion?
made the motion
We
that
did.
we accept the library's suggested
The staff
amount,
budget.
the staff suggested amount. She made the motion, I seconded it.
Oh, But you interrupted Mike.
Oh, go ahead and on your tirade.
There's
again,
a
Joe.
motion on the table.
wanna
We need
hear
to
it.
vote
Go
on
ahead.
it.
I got nothing better to do than sit here until midnight, like we've done in the past.
Okay, well, the next item is downloadables, and I think we're all three
We
of
have
us
a
are.
motion on the table.
No, he was going through his.
Let him go through his stuff.
Margaret?
It doesn't matter. We'll still make
There
the
is a motion on the table.
We'll make the motion again when he's done talking.
No, we'll follow the regular rules.
Well, technically we should, but, you know.
I do.
President, are we going to follow the motion, or are we going to not follow the
Well,
rules
actually,
tonight?
you opened a motion in the middle of his discussion.
let him do
I mean,
his
this whole
discussion.
thing is so
Okay,
awry.
fine.
You know,
Do
I don't
his
really have
motion.
much control
Joe,
over
do
this
your
meeting, so
motion.
I don't know what to tell you.
That's nothing.
Fine. Do your motion, Joe, or do your talking.
Okay, on the next line, we're in agreement on downloadables at 110,000, all three of us. Periodicals, we're in agreement on at $19,640, all of us. The next category is audio, video, adults, that would be DVDs. Circulation is way down on that. We cut that by $4,000 to $75,000 from $79,000. Next category is audio, video, youth. That's also down in circulation, but we left that at $31,650. We didn't change that. And the next category is, I'm sorry, audio, video, youth. We didn't change that. That circulation was okay, was not down that much. But the audio video on the teens was way down, and we cut that from $9,000 to $5,500. $1,500 was the reduction. And the last category, online databases, we're all in agreement on that at $200,000. So the total I have for that category is $662,850. And your numbers are $704,120. So the difference is about $40,000.
Whatever, make your proposal.
It's about a 5%.
So it's everything that
So-
we know and read.
So Joe, you said 1,500 on the AV for teen, but it says 3,500 here. So is it 15 or is it 3,500?
I said it's 5,500 for the audio, video
The
for
difference is
teens.
3,500.
Yeah, it's down 3,500.
Okay.
It's 5,500 is the number I had for the teens. That
Okay.
circulation was really, really low in the statistics for the last
Didn't you say
several
that you
months.
increased the budget for youth services $2,000 when Ariane was standing up? Where's that reflected?
I'm sorry, what is your
I
comment?
thought that when Ariane was speaking, Joe said that he had increased their materials budget $2,000. Is that, am I
I
mistaken?
don't remember that. But then, Joe, did you say something about increasing somebody's budget $2,000? He's probably talking about a line item.
He's talking about light item, yeah.
That's probably it, yeah.
Oh, from last year's budgeting, yes.
Oh,
from
the
last
total,
year's
no,
budget.
he's saying the amount this year is
What-
2,000.
It's greater than last year, yes.
Are you going to make a proposal so we can discuss it?
Okay, my proposal is to accept the material purchases at $662,850. Second on that?
I'll second.
In case you didn't hear, that was Suzanne who seconded.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have to do the vote now, right? Or do
Gotta
we
take a vote.
discuss it?
They
You
have
discuss
their
it, or is
private
it a
meeting
vote?
down there. They're having a
I
private
don't know
meeting.
what we're doing. We're sitting still. Did you get what his proposal was? Or his, the motion I made?
The
To
motion is for
accept the
The motion is for total
$662.
library materials, $662,850. Joe made the motion, Sue seconded.
Suzanne seconded it.
Move your microphone closer, I don't think they can hear you.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes,
No.
Trustee Rozansky? Trustee Olson?
No.
No.
Trustee Keating? Okay. 3 ayes, 3 nays, fails.
Thank you.
I'd like to propose a split in the difference. The difference is $41,270 between Joe's budget and the staff budget. Let's split it down the middle.
Okay, so can you come up with a number for the motion?
How about let's make it $20,000 to make it easy?
So 682,850?
Correct.
All right, do I have a motion?
in what area are you increasing?
Yours, library.
Leave that up to the staff.
Library
Well,
materials.
those are different departments, they're gonna fight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, they're
wait,
not
wait.
gonna fight. They are
We have
professionals
a-
that work
we have a
together.
We need to
Director.
make that decision tonight, so we need to figure out what we're gonna put this, where we're gonna put these numbers. Cindy can't go to the office tomorrow and redo the budget. Let's figure it out now.
Cindy,
Well,
is
then,
that
since
true
you're
that
not
you-
willing and you say we
you
have to
need-
go line by line, let's
you
just
need
use
line
the
by
library's line and go according to what the library
Patty.
suggested.
Patty,
You can just do it by percentage. If you're going to
All
do
right, I have a
20
motion.
Oh, you can just do 20 and divide it up
Yes.
by percentages.
Yes.
Okay.
that's all.
What
You
about my
don't have
motion?
to do
All right, go
line
ahead.
by line.
I'd like to amend your motion,
Go for it.
okay? I motion for library materials in the total amount of $704,120.
I second.
Definitely.
Margaret, please call the roll.
So we're voting on the original amount.
Yes.
Exactly.
The amendment.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can we just clarify that we
Yeah.
are,
Yes.
Can you
Say that.
please
Sure.
restate it?
I motion we approve total library materials for $704,120.
Thank you.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes,
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keane?
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays, passes.
Okay. So next on the agenda is library operating expenditures.
This is where there's one of those errors on here.
Yeah. We have it
So,
on the sheet that you received.
I think, there were some errors and then there were some discrepancies, so why don't we let him talk about his numbers and then you let me know if it wasn't cleared up,
all right.
because I believe I changed these last night. Okay, Trustee Makula, we are on library operating expenditures. Did you want to, go down your
Yeah.
amount so we can understand?
software, well, the difference is, first one is software licenses where, my adjusted numbers are $130,175. And that consists of, 14,500.
Is he on
Wait a
line?
minute, we're
You're
on
not on library operating expenditures.
Library
You're on the wrong
operating
column, Joe.
expenditures. It's on line 51.
Line 55, he's talking about?
Yes,
I'm sorry, 55.
line 55.
Oh, I see, the first change you're mentioning.
First
Okay.
change, I didn't cover the others. There's no-
All right, line 55, it helps everyone figure out where you are. Okay,
right.
good, gotcha. Software licenses.
So the 130,175 consists of 14,500 for digital services, $96,075 for IT, and $19,600 for administration. Now, there was an adjustment mostly in IT, and it was partly with that, where we cut the number of Adobe
Yeah.
licenses from 12 to 8. And in the new budget, they were asking for 13 Adobe licenses. I budgeted for 8, which is what we agreed on last meeting. So that's part of the difference. And I think there was something else in there in the IT department that there was a slight difference. So that was 130. Line 57, library supplies is, I originally had it for 500. They listed it for, in error, Becky listed it for 1,500, but all of my documents, I believe, said 500.
What did you have, Cindy? I think it's 15.
Programming and
15.
support
Hang on.
is, I had 21,000 in all my documents. They had listed for 26.
21,000.
21,000.
That's programming and support.
And support adult. And when we go to the adult department, let me find it. Here we are. These teasers.
We're on programming, is that where we're at?
I'm looking at the detail on adult. We budgeted this year 21,000. Last year, we budgeted 20,640. We're actually spending projected 17,500, and we only spent up until March $13,124. So that's a slight increase from last year.
Wait, none of those figures are on here.
No, they're from the detail from the department.
Oh, Diane, under the Joe McCullough column, I think the numbers are incorrect.
I know, I'm reading the Joe column.
And he's reading the numbers they should have been.
I know that.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Programming and support, 21,000, but then his explanation, your explanation is, I don't see any of those figures.
Joe, can you explain your explanation again? I'm not sure.
That explanation, it's from the adult department that has all the detail. I gave everybody about 10 sheets that had all the details on there.
Oh, but they didn't transcribe onto this sheet
And,
that we're working on?
No, these are just the numbers.
well, the numbers are here, right here. The
Where?
21-22 budget are the numbers I'm,
21-22 projected, 21-22 budget is 24,000.
Well, the staff has asked, for adult programming, the staff asked for 30,725, and Joe is proposing 26,607.
Mm-hmm.
No, he
Yeah, we know
brought
what
it
he's
down to
proposing.
21,000.
Is that the number you're changing, not 26? You're bringing the whole, no, he's just bringing the adult down. What is the total number of adult programming?
oh, I see, okay. All right, we changed that to 20. It's, okay, it's 26,680.
So 21,000 is changing to 26.
It was
Oh, wait a minute.
26,675 on here, if
Six-
I'm looking at this correctly.
26
So I'm just reading the number you have on here, Joe.
Okay, 26,607. That's not a number I produced, though.
Okay.
I had, my budget came in at, I don't know where they got that number. My budget was in at 21,000.
You had 21,976.
Mhm. Okay.
So what is the number supposed to be?
21,000.
Instead of
What is it,
26,607.
21,900?
976.
Can you repeat that? Someone use your microphone, please. 21,000.
Where is that coming from?
No, that's projected. My
The
number
number
was
is
21,000 on the
26,675.
submission on May 31st.
All right.
Because that's on the one with the corrections that
Okay.
we're not looking at.
Okay,
That's the one with the, without the correction, yes.
all right. But he brought it down anyway to 21,000.
Yeah,
This is like a circus.
that's with
And-
his incorrect figures, but that's okay. Are you done explaining now, Joe?
Well, apparently Becky put the wrong number down for me
No, I
there,
didn't.
No.
because I don't have any documents with 26,607.
Okay, fine. So you want it to be
607.
20,000, it doesn't
It's
matter. Make it-
21,000.
Let's make it 21,000.
That's what it is.
Because as
That's
far
what
as
I
I'm
have.
concerned, it's gonna be a no, so it doesn't matter. You can make it $2. It'd still be a no.
Juvenile programming, 25,000. And the last item is, where there's a change, volunteers is 500, not 2,500.
Okay, Joe, the 21, you're asking where the 21, you're asking where the 26 is coming from?
Yeah. I didn't submit a budget with the 26 on it.
Wasn't that a correction of his adding?
Let's see. Yes. Partially.
Because that's where we have 19 mistakes, where with his
No,
calculation.
that's because his number was not identified correctly.
Whatever.
So it's not a mistake, it's just, people have
There were
different
many
opinions.
miscalculations.
In the totals, which we're not really concerned with, that's for the
Whatever.
auditor
Whatever,
or the accountant.
whatever.
How could we work with something that's?
Well,
all
let
these
him state what he
mistakes?
wants,
All right, let's vote.
and let's go. Keep going.
So Joe, are you finished?
Yeah, my total comes to $455,930 for programming.
Please repeat that.
Oh, 456, excuse me, 456,930.
For total library operating expenditures?
Yeah.
Yeah, operating
Correct.
expenditures.
Yes,
including
that's what he
mostly
meant,
programming.
but he just put it wrong.
Mostly programming, yes.
I don't even know where that number came out of. It's not on
Joe,
anything
can you
I
repeat that
Yeah,
number?
it came out of nowhere.
500,
No, your
400
total.
$456,930. 456,930.
Thank you, we have that.
Joe, can I ask you real quick? You had mentioned juvenile, you said 21, but then you started to say,
Adult is 21.
I'm sorry, the adult, the juvenile, you started to say was not 30. What is it, 25 even?
That's 25,000.
So the difference seems to be in the chair yoga program. You cut that expenditure in half.
In what program?
The chair yoga on your detail here for adult
Right,
programming.
right. She is only charging us $60 a month, I believe, not the 120.
120 was for 2 times a month.
Is it once a month or twice a month?
Well, it used to be twice a month, but
But it's
last
no
year it
longer
went to once a month.
because of COVID, it went to once a month?
It's
Okay.
monthly.
No, not because of COVID.
But because of the cut in the budget period, it went down to once a month instead of twice?
I believe so.
Okay,
Well, anyway, that's what the difference is.
okay.
So that's where the 21,000 comes from for adult programming in that cut. Okay, so where are we now?
So am I to understand the decrease is because the cost was decreased?
On what?
The chair yoga was decreased because the cost for chair yoga was decreased. Is that what you're
Because
saying?
it's down from 2 a month to 1 a month, is why it was increased.
It's $60 a month.
Oh, the number of programs was
No,
decreased.
the cost
No,
per program.
Cost per program.
She,
And
Oh.
it went from 2 programs a month to 1 program a month.
no,
No,
it's, instead of $120 for each hour, once a month, it's $60.
it's $60 an hour.
She agreed to cut her price in half.
Okay,
Okay, Cindy, can I just make a suggestion? If this budget is approved, I would like to be assured that the accountant is going to recalculate these categories, because these numbers don't seem to be accurate as far as totals. But we don't need to be concerned with that, because the accountant will take care of that, correct?
Yeah.
Which totals are you referring to?
As we're going down the line and I'm getting totals for these categories, I totaled them and it comes up differently. So whatever the total is will be accurate, because it'll be plugged in to the accountant system and it'll just be an automatic total, correct?
Well, it depends on what you're going to approve. Are you going to approve the
Well, that's what
total
I'm saying.
library operating expenses? Then that's the number he's going to plug in.
Well, he can't plug in a number if it doesn't add up correctly with the line items. So that's what I'm saying. We may be approving a number, but if the total is incorrect because the line items don't equal that, we need to make sure that's correct. For example, if the total's 455, or we're approving 455, but when you total these line items, it comes to 425, then that area really is 425. Or maybe it'll be $20 more. It needs to be the accurate total for the line items in that area. Are we not going to be able to count on that?
We should be, that's what we're paying them for.
Maybe he should have been here.
Well, he doesn't need to be here. I just need to make sure. I don't want him to just copy these numbers over.
Well, it depends on
Well,
what
you
we
got to
vote.
tell.
We need somebody
Yeah, we
adding
need
up all
numbers.
these numbers.
Here, we need your numbers. So
Okay.
is it 90, 15, 9,
That's right. What I'm
95,
saying is,
40, 128, 680?
you
Are
have
those
all
the
those
numbers?
numbers. And we're
Well,
voting.
yeah, and this is Becky's spreadsheet, so I'm trusting that the
So are
numbers
you-
add up to what
We're
it
not
says
voting
there.
on
Okay,
any
what I-
of this yet. Joe just
If I could
explained.
just make my point here without all these interruptions, as long as the number, Joe's reading his numbers, so if someone's making sure, whoever's taking down this information, that his numbers are correct, or Becky's numbers, line items are correct, that's one thing. But when we vote, we're voting on a total. What I'm saying, if that total is off, I expect the accountant to correct it.
Yeah, if it's not a math,
Yeah,
if it's not a mathematical correct
Yeah, he
number.
can't decide
That's
who
what I'm
gets
saying.
more
That's what you're
money.
paying
But I'm not recording everything that anybody says. I'm only recording what is decided.
Okay, so, but as far as these line items that are changing, are you
We haven't
recording?
voted on them yet. I'm not writing
Exactly.
anything down that has
So
not
Right.
been voted
where are
on.
you gonna get the numbers that he's saying are incorrect and he's changing them?
When you have
later?
a proposal, then we vote on the proposal.
Then we're gonna
Isn't
go
that
back and
correct?
put all the numbers in?
Yeah, I don't know. I
Okay,
haven't-
we're under library operating expenditures.
Mhm.
And Becky did mention 1, 2, 3, 4 items were incorrect. And it ended up that Joe's numbers were different. So he just changed 4 numbers. So were you writing that down?
No. She's writing it down.
Okay, so you have the numbers that are going to the accountant?
Well, they might not, because they're not voted on. Until we vote, that's what
I know
Cindy
that.
said.
With all this chaos, I just want to make sure somebody is writing
Yeah,
down
she
these
is.
numbers.
That's
Okay,
what
That's
she's
her
here
job.
for.
all right, and the
She's writing
accountant will
down
make sure.
final numbers, not everything that everybody says. She's writing down final numbers. So
Okay,
she's got
Joe
these
McCool's numbers are in this column, so those are the numbers she's putting here. If Becky notices a change in her column, we'll make that correction, correct? All right, and then we'll vote, and whatever the vote is, then that's the one that you'll pass on to the accountant. But I just want to make sure we're keeping a record of this. All right, thank you. That answers my question.
Becky, did you send this, you sent this as a spreadsheet originally, right?
Mhm.
Okay, then I can find it.
So is there a proposal? Or, because,
I-
you know, are we
Well,
gonna?
I would like
outside?
to know what the total is, because I have 3 totals for this column.
Trying to get a total too.
All right, so just a minute here.
She's got her calculator out, she'll give it to you in a minute.
Oh, I've done it twice, and I'm coming up different.
You have the numbers.
So I have Becky's budget with Joe McCool's numbers from 6:30. That's
No, I'm looking at, a sheet that, this is 615, isn't this the sheet we're working on?
Oh, so maybe this is the one.
Well, Joe had told us his number, but that's what she's checking, was, his final number was 456930. That's what I wrote down that Joe had said. So she's calculating to make sure that's correct, because you said you had a couple different
Cindy,
ones.
my question is, what budget are you looking at?
So when I total up with the changes, I get $433,030.
That's what I get too.
436? Okay, I
What do you mean
misunderstood,
that's
Joe.
what you have? That's not what you told us.
Well, I misunderstood Joe or something, because I thought he said 56, 56,
No,
You
it's-
did
36.
say
The correct
56.
total is $432,030. $432,030. She had the same number.
No, she has
didn't.
436.
Athena, please repeat it.
Sure, $433.30.
Oh, 433.
Okay, she has 433,030.
And
30.
Thank you.
30,
Mm-hmm.
030.
Correct.
Okay. At least we have something to work with, thank you.
You said 430,
433.
433,
Correct.
030.
030, okay.
Thank you.
Doesn't look right.
No.
Something doesn't seem right.
Is there a proposal?
In a
or-
minute, please.
Okay, I'm waiting.
5,600, 6,600. You know, it looks like the difference is only some 30-some thousand, and Becky's number is 489, and Athena came up with 433. That's almost 50,000 difference.
Yeah.
On Joe's column. Yeah.
Well, I take it back. Oh God, all these changes. Jeez. Well, we need to figure out what amount we want to motion. That's pretty.
I move to
move that
approve
we-
library
No,
app.
hold- I come up with 432,032. 432,030. That's what I come up with.
Can I ask a question? Cindy, do you have the spreadsheet and you could plug these in and then Excel can just add them up? Okay. Okay, I think the one we're looking at was the one Becky passed out on the 15th. And you enlarged it on the 21st.
Isn't that what we are all looking at right here?
They're on library.
So the
operating.
under library materials, 704,120, so that everybody
Yes.
agreed on.
Yes.
Okay, so
So
let me
now
make
we're
that
on
red.
operating expenses, or expenditures, excuse me.
Okay, so we have the change of, what are the changes?
Oh my God, it's 8:48.
Should we read off the numbers again to make sure the numbers you have are correct?
I can give you the numbers I have.
Wait a minute, wait just a minute here. Okay, what is this? Software and licenses, 130,175.
Okay.
Library supplies,
I thought we were doing library operating expenditures.
Yes.
That's,
This is,
Yes.
So we're
what it
not
is.
starting from the top.
He's only doing the ones that he changed.
exactly.
okay, so
I
library,
think we should just do the whole line.
programming and support adult.
so what about adult programming? Adult programming,
21,000.
Instead of the 26.
juvenile.
Okay, juvenile is 25,000.
Yes.
Yes.
What's next?
The next one he changed was.
Volunteers.
Yes.
Volunteers.
No, we already had that discussion, Joe, at the other meeting. 500 is not enough. You agreed to 2,500. What,
I believe we did. I think initially we had 500.
exactly,
And then we changed it to 25. So it would be no change on that.
2,500, okay.
All right, would you mind terribly if I just read all the numbers to make sure they're correct? You just go straight down the line?
That's just
No.
actually, yeah, because I didn't put them all in. That would be helpful. I'll try and change them right now. So this is Joe's proposed budget, correct?
Yeah, wait just a minute.
Yeah, it's under Joe's.
All right.
131.
I think she has to go
Put it in the wrong column.
Because then you can just plug them into the computer, have the number come up real quick.
Okay, shall we race?
Okay, so Cindy, can I give you the numbers just to make sure the whole column is correct?
Yes,
All right, so the first line is 90,000,
yes,
15,000,
yes,
9,540,
yes.
128,000.
No.
No, 130.
130, 175.
130, 175.
130,
175.
okay. Next line is 30,935,
Yes.
500.
1,500.
1,500.
He's got 500.
No, these are Joe's numbers. He changed
Yeah,
it
I'm
to
looking at
500.
Joe's numbers.
No, that's wrong.
That's
Joe
wrong.
changed it to 500. These
Oh.
were the changes that he just made.
No,
Well,
Okay.
he can make them.
all right.
That's
No,
his
but
choice.
Margaret has 1,500 as well?
Okay, he changed 1,500 to 500.
He changed
Okay.
library
500.
supplies down to 500.
What do you have?
Yeah, he's cutting it,
Well, that's
a third
I
of
think
it.
we need to be 1,500.
Athena has
All right, he's gonna
1,500.
leave it at
He's gonna
1,500.
leave it at-
He's
Okay.
leaving at 1,500. We're moving on.
Thank you.
Okay,
The next line item is 21,000,
Yes,
25,000,
yes,
2,800, 6,500, 5,000, 3,000, 67,880, 24,200, and the 2,500 for the volunteers. Now, if you could tell me what total you get.
I get 4,035,030
That's correct. That's what I
Okay,
have.
fabulous. All right, now we know what the number-
435,030.
Yes.
Yes.
It's the third time.
Which is a difference of $54,529 from the staff budget.
mhm.
Oh, this is okay.
How much?
54,529.
529.
Can I ask a question about software licenses? It went from 140,280 to 130,175. What was the justification for that?
The Adobe was cut.
Based on the vote, is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
we cut that to 8. They were asking for, we
Is
originally
that the
had-
only reason? I remember the.
That's one of the reasons. And there was
What else?
something else we cut in IT. There was something else, some other minor thing that was about, I don't know, $4,000 or $5,000 in some license that was.
I can speak to
That
that.
we're not using? Please do.
I'm not
So
sure.
according to the numbers I have, Joe cut all library software that's in the miscellaneous category that's not defined individually. So things like Xbox Live, Dragon, Amazon IMDb Pro Database, and just to name a few.
What was the name of the category that,
Miscellaneous software for all library.
so he cut miscellaneous
From
from?
5,000 to 0.
Okay. And now you have an explanation for what it is?
Plus the Adobe.
I
In
know,
addition
I
to
know.
the Adobe.
But the explanation, he now has an explanation for what software licenses he was asking for. So we didn't have an explanation in the beginning?
It's in the notes.
It said miscellaneous, and
The description is miscellaneous software for all departments, and the notes is what I just read.
Is this staff software? Is this
This is
patron software?
Software for staff, whether they're interacting with patrons using it or just for staff. I can't tell you. It's a large category, but that's individual purchases are usually a few $100s for each piece of software, so we put it into a general miscellaneous software.
And every department has, whatever's in here is all over the library?
Right, exactly.
Is this new software? Is this something they're just adding? Is
It can
it
be
something they've
existing
had?
renewals, or it can be new software as well.
So we don't have that information?
No.
it says library-wide software requests,
Correct.
and Adobe is included in that.
Yeah, there is Adobe Acrobat as part of that.
But how do we know what's a renewal and what's new, or what, who's doing what? I mean, I don't understand that. I mean, miscellaneous is difficult to,
So we were asked to create a detailed explanation of general categories. So instead of having $100,000 for software, we broke that up into major things, things that were above $1,000. These are things that are not, and so they're grouped under miscellaneous software.
I know, but miscellaneous is a difficult category to approve.
Sure.
All right, I
could
get it.
say library supplies is very difficult as well.
Well, this is software. This is something we'd like a little more of an explanation. But I see why that happened. Okay. Okay, so
So is there a
that was,
proposal?
I would like to
That was
move that we
fine.
approve the library operating expenses of, is that what we're on? Yes, $478,959.
Is it 78? Because it
I'm-
was
I'm
like
up-
89?
I'm just going with the staff one at this point.
Yeah.
I second.
So the miscellaneous software is detailed on page 92 of the staff budget.
I move that we approve the total of $478,959 for library operating expenditures. That's the number from the staff budget. 478,959. 59.
See,
Yeah, I'm doing the staff number.
oh, okay, right here.
No problem.
I seconded, yes.
We have, yeah, we have, and it was seconded, right?
Yes.
Could you please, can you please tell their proposal so that we can do the vote?
Again?
Well, I'm asking Margaret because I don't think
all right,
they
I
were
think,
listening.
do you want me to make the motion? It's to approve, do I have a motion
I
to
already made
approve
the motion.
total library operating expenditures for $478,959?
Yeah. And you got the first and second? You got the first and
Yes,
second?
she
Okay,
has.
she does. So, yeah. Thank you.
Can I take it? Is everyone ready? Can I take
Yes,
it? Okay,
yes.
thank you. Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No,
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky? Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Kean? 3 ayes, 3 nays, fails.
I move to approve library operating expenses of $435,030.
I second.
One second, let me just jot the number down. Yep, got it. Okay, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, let's try this again. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee
No.
Rosansky? Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Keen?
No.
3 ayes, 3 nays, fails.
So these numbers will no longer be in red because they are not approved to go to the accountant. So I'm going to change them
So
all back
there's-
to black.
So, well, actually, the fact of the matter is nothing is approved for
For the account.
total library operating expenditures.
Exactly.
So at this point, what is our strategy going to be for the rest of the night?
I don't know, I guess we said we were going to try to,
Because we have already gone through
Elaborate.
two major areas here where we haven't agreed on anything, so.
well, I think I made a motion for the last one, isn't that the one we approved?
Which
Right,
one?
we have
Yeah,
Approved
we
library
approved one,
materials.
but we voted and.
So now we're
Not
down
approved
to
two.
this one, and there's nothing. I
Exactly.
don't know what to say, but, you feel that the decreases in these numbers aren't justifiable? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm wondering is, what are we going to, I mean, we can go through this document and we're gonna agree on maybe half of the things if we're lucky, and then what are we gonna do?
Well, I guess like my question is right now on this area,
But that's not what my question was.
well, I guess we need to discuss this. We need to
That's
stop
why I'm
going
asking.
from one area to the other and see what it is that we can, agree on.
But we've gone through three major sections of this budget. We have only agreed on one. So what are we gonna do with those other two that we
Try
can't?
to approve this one,
Which
Go to the
one?
next one.
the one we're on.
Okay.
So-
It just seems
I
like
don't
it's an
wanna keep
exercise in
going
futility
from one
because.
to the other and not
Well-
get anywhere, okay?
So
3 to
why-
3 isn't the answer.
Right. So Joe, why are you reducing grant expenditure when the money's already been received? Why, you must spend it. So why would you reduce?
You have to spend it.
He
in
Grant-
did, he approved that.
No, it's down $10,000.
What line, Cindy?
Oh, so this 10,000 isn't appropriate anymore?
Oh, it is, oh, I see what you're saying. 24.2 is down 10,000.
Right,
Okay, and that should be 34,200.
right,
34,200.
yeah.
Okay, good eye. So that's going back to 34,2. Get rid of the 10.
What line are we on?
Number
66. 66 grant other expenditures?
No, 66 is volunteer.
66 is volunteer.
65.
65 is the one you're speaking of.
No, don't say that, Cindy.
65.
You sure maybe increase the view.
The grant expenditure
Grants is right above that, it's
67,880.
64. Grants is 64.
Well, per capita grant is 64, but grant other,
Okay, I'm looking for grants other.
Oh,
It's
you know,
right under per
I
capita.
Oh, yeah,
Get a ruler.
grant under other is on 65.
Five, right, that's the one we're talking about, right? And it should be 34,200.
So Cindy, in the staff budget is also 34 too?
No, it's 24.
Yeah, the staff one says 24 too.
Okay.
Should that be at 34?
Oh, and then there was an adjustment, right, so it is 34 too.
Okay,
I see it now.
Oh, there it was, yes, you're
so
right.
there,
you're right.
technically, the staff budget was off too.
All right, can I ask another question, or Cindy, did you have something else to All right, back to these software licenses.
So that changes the total.
Yes, it does.
34.2.
Yep, we actually,
It does on the staff one also. It should be up another 10.
Yeah.
so the staff total
So
with the
what's the-
adjustments is 489,559,
Yeah.
right?
Yes,
Yes.
Staff adjustment.
should be 489,559.
I have 489,559.
67.
No, that says total library expenditures. What are we talking about?
Right, but also there's
Oh, you're
a
talking about the staff
The, the grant
line 59
is also down
for
to 24 in the staff where it should be
the
34.
programming for adults was also
That's what we're
adjusted
saying.
$600.
Oh,
Yeah.
So that brings my number up to 445.
Wonderful.
Yes, Margaret. So I have as the staff total 489,559.
445,030.
445.
Yes,
Yeah.
030.
It changed, oops, I'm sorry, hang on. It went from 30,725 to 31,325. Mhm.
Yeah, this is all programming. Was there enough, oh, you cut the juvenile and the adult based on attendance, yeah. I can't dispute that, okay. And I gotta tell you.
Okay, so you're reducing printing because of the pages in the newsletter? That's where that 7,000 comes from?
Pardon?
You've reduced printing, the line for printing,
Yes,
because of the newsletter.
that's right. That's the difference between 8 pages and 12 pages.
Okay, I'm just mentioning it, okay. And then the rest is reducing programming.
Mhm.
Correct.
And not by a little.
It's programming and the software.
Do we have year-to-date
Just-
programming now with current numbers?
Adult programming is being reduced by over 10,000 and juvenile by 15,000.
Yes.
But it's being increased by the amount we're spending and by what we budgeted last year.
Last
Yeah,
year
that's what
was a
I'm
huge
I mean, you
cut,
could-
though.
You,
That's the
you could make a
problem.
wish list for 100,000 for that and say, well, you know,
Well, Joe, fine. Let's just do your proposal so that we can vote on it,
okay.
if you're doing a proposal.
So, back to
So
my,
the,
Instead of
I mean,
just
the fact
sitting
of the
here
matter is
twiddling
if-
our thumbs.
We already voted and it didn't
Programming
pass.
is somewhat dependent on staff levels, so if we do not get staff to do programs,
That is true.
the question is, will we be able to do the programs if we don't have the staff that they were budgeted to do? We're budgeted for a staff level that would accommodate, you know, programming and purchasing and those kinds of
Well,
things.
you
So
know.
it's dependent on that.
Right.
so if we go with the 445, we can always increase the budget based on the appropriation, should the
Oh, that's
library
not-
like flourish.
No, that's
At least we'll
not
have
how
one
you
and
do a
another one
budget.
approved.
No.
That's poor business.
No,
Practice.
because if the
Well,
numbers are
then make
based
the
on,
proposal and we vote, and then you'll see.
you know, anyone can vote no. I'm asking
That's
you.
correct, because I won't accept it. So I'm telling you, you can make the proposal, I'll vote no, and we keep going.
So
we're
Carolyn,
coming
you're
up.
saying
You guys
that,
aren't coming down on anything.
Oh,
Okay.
we've come down on quite a bit, and you still rejected what we came down
Excuse me,
on.
Margaret, is there a motion on the table? No?
I make a motion that we approve a budget
depends on
of,
what.
for library
I guess,
operating
but then-
expenses of $445,030.
Well,
I second
just
it.
these two.
Okay, Margaret, please
Juvenile.
call the roll.
She's writing it down, so she is.
Sorry.
This is,
Did you want to read it to them to make sure you got it correct, Margaret?
To approve library operating expenditures of $445,030. And Ms. Suzanne has seconded, okay?
Correct.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
No.
Trustee Olson?
let's try here.
Trustee Olson?
No,
Trustee Keane?
No. With the stipulation. No.
3 ayes, 3 nays, fails.
There has to be a stipulation though, that, you know, if we're willing to go down in this area, then they have to be willing to come up from the other area.
So, Cindy, can I ask one question? The library budget
Let's see.
changed because of that 24 to 34, so it's,
489.
it's equal to, what's your number? Because these numbers are off. I thought it would be the same as Becky's, but they're not, they don't look like they're in agreement.
it is the same as Becky's.
It is the same.
Right now,
480
Becky's at 559, and
No,
the.
it's not. It's
no,
4.
No, please let me finish. The ending amount of Becky's is 559, the ending amount of the libraries is 959, so,
I don't
we
see
only
any
increased
five.
it by 10,000.
There's a $600 difference as well. There's two differences.
So I understand that, I need to know what the correct amount is for the library. If you have that.
489,559.
And that's based on.
Accepting the adjustments, you would add 10,006 to the original budget.
It's 10,006, not 10,000?
Right, there's 6,000 requested by Digital Services for a Maker Fest.
Okay, but I'm
Or, I
talking
mean,
about the grant line.
Oh, the grant, well, the grant line
Okay.
was 10,000, right, yeah.
Cindy, it's 600.
What is 600?
The difference is 600 for adult programs.
Yeah,
You said 6,000.
oh, I'm sorry, 10,600. Yes,
So
but,
adult programming went up 600 for the library.
Correct, that was an adjustment to them.
yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Right, so Becky's has those adjustments in there,
And what was that number then? 30,725 is what I'm showing. What should it be?
31,325.
Okay, I don't see that on my
On
sheet.
Becky's proposed budget,
Okay, well, that's what I know Becky's number doesn't match with yours, so I go
Because-
to Becky's.
Becky's adding in the 600.
Okay, so you had 3725, and it should be
31,
31,325.
right.
Okay. I know, I'd rather have your column correct rather than, so then you match Becky's number, 49,559, okay. Right now it
It was
makes
all
sense.
so easy on the color-coded spreadsheet.
All right, so,
I can't read it, it's too small.
we're moving on
Sorry.
to general and administration.
So that's another category we're not voting on.
We did, we didn't
Did-
agree
oh,
on
did
it,
you wanna-
so.
Did someone have a motion? Go right ahead.
I would like to again, especially since the staff proposal was adjusted because of errors, I would like to propose that we accept the staff proposed budget for that particular area, which is 489,559.
I second.
Are we ready?
Yes, yes.
Okay, seconded. So Patty moved, and it's 489,559, and Becky seconded. Beautiful. Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes,
Trustee Keane?
Yes.
3 ayes, 3 nays, fails.
That's fine. So that's another column that failed. Okay, now we're going on to the next column, or not?
General and administration. Joe, do you want to
Yeah.
go through this? Now, you
You don't
really
have to
should,
go through every line.
you really should mention what numbers you're not changing as well, so we can make sure these
All right.
numbers are correct.
Right. The first item is janitorial supplies. We are spending approximately 25,000 currently, and that's what I put in the budget. It's not expected to go up to 36,000. We have adequate at that number.
Right, I have a question. It's 25,000 based on when?
On the current,
March. Was I told, or did I hear that these figures are from March?
let me find it here. Currently, we're projected to spend $25,116. And year-to-date in March, we only spent $18,837. This is basically for cleaning supplies,
I
toilet
understand.
paper, paper towels.
That's a correction. This is actually for all maintenance. So it's janitorial and maintenance supplies, which includes not only janitorial supplies, but also includes ballasts, light fixtures, light bulbs, any kind of tools. So that is the only line that we use for those purchases. So again, 6 months, I was the interim supervisor in that area, so I did all the purchasing. I could not keep up at the rate that, say, Dave would do. When I have time, I change, light fixtures or light lamps, ballast as such. We just made some refills. Everything's going up 30, 40%.
Yep.
I bought a faucet. It's gone up 100%. So instead of 350, it's 100% more than that. So I would argue that that's the reason why we went to increase it. And that's all I have to say about that.
The last time we had a light changed, we called in an outside contractor. We didn't buy a ballast, so.
So again, I do what I can. So I've replaced many ballasts, including with and without electrician on site.
Thank you, Rich.
Okay, to move on, the next category is copiers. That's exactly what they requested, and that's for, I believe, the toner ink. Professional development. 2760, and they asked for $27,054.
I actually asked for 28,859.
And the next category
Okay,
is.
wait a minute. This doesn't look right.
Speak.
Did I miss a page? That one item was copiers, and now you're on professional development?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right on this page,
What-
it's number 71. There's number 5.
Right, professional,
Where it says
72.
budget, and then
Professional
71 is
development.
copier, 72 is professional development.
okay, so the number, what is the accurate total for professional development you're proposing?
I'm putting in 2760. 2,760. Next line item is mileage, $400. Next line is professional collection, $7,950. Next line is legal fees, $200,000. The next line is, I made an adjustment to my consulting fees, $88,500. That's what we
88.5.
discussed,
That's what he said,
Okay,
88.5.
thank you.
$88,500.
For
Consultants,
consultants.
$60,000 for accounting services. $500 for kitchen supplies. Promotional expense of 13,000.
1 minute, please.
Hello. Promotional expense of 13,485. Office supplies of 15,900. Postage and freight of 19,281. Publication and notices, $1,400. Publication of notices, legal notices. Next category is subscriptions and dues. We have $3,123. Next is collection service is 0. We discontinued that, so it should be taken out of there. COVID supplies, $6,000. Telephone operating, $9,460. Trustee expense, $3,000. Payroll expense, $17,000. Bank fees, $2,500. And the parking lease, again, we don't have that, so it's 0. So my numbers there come to $482,999.
When you're doing your calculations,
an
make sure
adjustment. I
you
think it's-
adjust where he went from 70 to 88.5. Where he went to 88,500 instead
Where?
of 70.
In accounting services, or where?
Consultants.
Consultants.
Consultant.
It went from 40, I'm showing.
Well,
Four-
Oh, yeah,
40,000,
88.5.
yeah, to 88,500.
Okay, I got
We discussed that on the
Yes.
31st when the accountant was here.
88,000.
Mm-hmm.
So the total that I get is 484,759.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting as well.
484 what?
759.
Okay.
Joe, what was your total?
Just a minute, I'll get it for you. 484,499.
How about we try, is anyone using a computer to calculate?
She is.
I am
She's
too.
retired.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
both are.
I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure that the calculator on that is probably better. These.
Yeah, on the computer, what did you come up with, Becky?
We all got 484,759.
484,759, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Okay, so that's okay. It's a couple hundred off from what I gave.
yeah. Those couple of hundred add up
Yeah,
real
I know.
quick.
But it'll be checked by the
Yes, I
accountant.
know it will.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the professional development, you've reduced 26,000.
Yes.
How was that determined?
That was mostly 10 people going to a trip to Portland or somewhere, and a conference. And it was for Chamber of Commerce, which we no longer belong to, I believe, and some other stuff.
We technically still
20
belong to the chamber.
So we're
because the
saying
resident paid for it.
26,000.
Well, we're not a voluntary member, so whatever they did is,
You're not a voluntary member. We
Voluntary.
have a resident who
you know what,
paid
half
for
of our people don't live in Niles, so, you know. maybe
All
they-
of the
maybe they
district
don't wanna
can
belong.
join.
Well,
It's open
then
to all
stupid
businesses in the district.
Yeah, but we're not a business.
Well, Joe doesn't want to
Let's
sign.
move on.
let's go on, because this
Excuse
is
me,
gonna be
would,
something we're gonna
would
beat
you
up.
mind terribly if I make a motion to adjourn for 5 minutes?
No, adjourn.
I mean,
A 5
take a
minute
break for
recess?
5 minutes?
Oh,
Yes, please.
a break?
Yeah, she wants a 5 minutes break.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Margaret, please call the roll.
Not unless we're gonna come back and do accomplish anything.
Well, 5 minutes, what difference does it make?
Trustee
We waste more
Dublik?
money just sitting here.
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Okay,
Trustee
as
Olson?
long as it's only 5 minutes.
No,
No. I did hear correctly. No, correct?
no.
Keen?
Yes.
Thank you. 5 ayes,
We're just calculating total general and administration. Do I have a motion?
Okay, since nobody else is making a motion, I make the motion that we accept and take the amount of 55826, or, yeah,
No.
269, which is on the staff line for this column.
Are you talking?
No, it's not.
No, that's not the right number.
Okay, hold it, I'm not looking at it right then.
Are we total general and administration?
Yeah, it's 536.
No, it's 558,269.
Okay, I'm not looking at the right place then.
That's Becky's.
Yeah, 558, didn't I say that? I might have switched it, I'm sorry. 558,269,
Yes.
isn't it?
And that is actually what the staff one is now too. That's not correct on.
So we changed the staff one again?
Well, what should the staff
What
one
needs
be?
to
Yes,
change?
there were,
4.7,
so in professional development, they added
759.
1805. Right, Cindy? Do you want me to wait for you to catch up?
When were these numbers
Yeah.
added? They weren't at our
Well,
meeting.
They weren't at our meeting.
Hold on.
Cindy is, that's what we're
When
talking
did
to
this all
Cindy.
happen?
I believe so.
Oh, that supplemental sheet.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the stuff, you gave us a sheet and said these were filed or whatever.
Could you tell us what those items are?
For the staff budget?
I don't know if they all fall under here. Do they?
I come up with the same.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 73. Or 70.
I forgot the organizational memberships for ALA, ILA, and the Chamber of Commerce was there, and the HR roundtable of 250, and HR source membership of 1,380. So those were the ones.
Cindy? I can't hear you.
One
Now
more
you
thing
gotta
to-
say it all over
One
again.
more thing to remember to do. Okay. Professional membership, ALA, $500, ILA, $500.
Under what category is that?
Professional, well, it's under dues and subscriptions, organizational memberships. I don't know, it's not
These were things that she forgot to put in
Subscription
there.
and dues, you added, how much?
1,000,
Or you
wasn't it?
matched Cindy, or, I'm sorry, Becky's, 9539, is that what we're doing here?
I'm sorry, what?
Let me add it up.
Right.
Well, yeah, the $1,000 is for the ALA membership and the ILA membership. Chamber of Commerce for $175, the HR Source, $1,380, and the HR Roundtable that Lisa attends, $250. Let me get there.
I thought those were already in
Those were
there.
already in.
No, they
budget,
weren't.
Cindy.
She
Yes,
you got
they
a
are.
sheet
Yes,
after
they
the
are.
fact. That
They are
said,
in there.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
What's not in there is the Chamber of Commerce.
okay. So the HR Source and the Roundtable are in there? Okay.
Yeah, that's the 27, where was it?
27,
So it's just the $1,000?
59, 2,759.
Okay.
It doesn't have the Chamber of Commerce, it has these other things.
So if the only difference is we take 100 and what is it for chamber?
175.
Thank you. You must be speaking into the microphone.
Yeah, right. It's a plus for us tonight.
Okay, so that's 175 we take off of your budget, your line for the budget then, is what you're saying, would have everything else,
No, it's gotta go up.
correct?
Well, the $1,000, yes, for dues and subscriptions, professional promotional expense. Let's see, what is this? Consultants, already did that. So where's the chamber? I don't see that it was added here.
Okay, wait a minute.
I don't see it on
Are
there either.
consultants 9850 or 8850?
What is the line?
Consultants?
Consultants, the library's requesting the 98.5
I thought
plus
there was-
18,000, right? So 116,500.
I'm seeing consultants for 98,500.
Yeah.
And I thought when Joe was reading his numbers, he commented that was the number that was agreed upon at that meeting.
We agreed upon that with the accountant, that's
So
the
how did
amount
this
we would
change
need.
now?
88.5.
Yes. You can play the
88.5.
tapes back.
Well, not everyone was at that meeting.
Well, whose fault
And
was
even
that?
when,
Well,
we
The
want-
point is that there's no
well,
consensus because there weren't enough
It's
people.
just a number. Nothing's been voted on.
Yeah, it's
We
a number.
reviewed that, Cindy.
Just a number.
It was just $10,000 less from the maintenance consultant line. Everything else was not changed.
Right. Yes. So the 18,000 is for a strategic planning consultant.
which we should have had already.
We didn't budget for that.
No, I know,
We-
that's
we
why
did.
it's an add-on.
That's why it's in the next.
Because it's something we should have had. Which we tried to get last year.
You know what, they had a strategic plan, I remember about 5 or 6 years ago, and I don't think
Yeah,
any
we
of that,
ended up
hardly
with a
any of it
nice
ever got done.
strategic plan.
Oh, yes, it did.
We're still waiting
And
for
they're
the,
still-
we're
she's
still waiting
working
for the
over this.
documented results.
So anyway, that's what the numbers are.
This is the result. Got nothing to do with that.
Okay, that's fine.
So your total change though, Cindy, it's not 536,929. It's now 558,269, right?
Right,
That's
adding in
right.
those adjustments, yes.
Okay.
And that's the same number we have.
You have 484,759.
That's our number.
Yes.
That She came up with the one on the other column there.
So,
All right, we now have 3 columns, 3 numbers, well, actually 2
Two
numbers.
numbers.
2 numbers.
All right, do I have a motion from anyone?
Yes, I had made the motion.
Okay, a first and second, I mean a second?
I'll
Second.
second it.
Okay, we have it second.
Okay. Please take the roll.
What is the
Could you
motion?
say the motion?
That we accept the numbers that are under the staff column.
All right, I'll read it. Total, do I have a motion for the total general and administration for the amount of $558,269? That was the motion. I'm
There
only
was a
repeating
motion.
it.
All right.
And there was a first and a second. So now we just vote on this level.
Trustee Gerblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No,
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olshan?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
3 ayes, 3 nays, motion fails.
That's not surprising.
So, I just
Wonder if we could agree on the car.
Yeah, that should be an easy, the next column should be easy.
Okay,
because we're all
vehicle is
exactly the
fine,
same.
employee
Yes.
fringe, but fine. Utilities,
Oh, this one didn't. All right, the next item is, I'm sorry, the next category is vehicle operation. Thank God, all right, there's no change. The
no
total
change.
in this, you don't need to go through, the total vehicle operation budgeted amount is $3,854, which everyone seems to agree on. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Second.
Can we just raise our hands for these?
Yeah, just raise your hand.
No, you can't do that, you have to take a call,
Take
a
a
roll
roll
call.
We don't have to.
And the motion needs to be in the record, so do I have a motion to approve the total vehicle operations in the 22-23 budget for $3,854?
Second.
Sorry, Victoria, I kind of switched it around.
Second, if we don't have a second.
No, I was the first, she was the second.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keane?
Yes.
6 ayes, no nays, motion passed.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve total employee fringe benefits for the 22-23 budget year in the amount of $856,691?
So motion.
Second.
Diane, you, Olson, was,
No.
No, it was me and
Okay.
it was Sue.
yep. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keane?
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes.
All right, the next category, total utilities, I do see a difference. So trustee McCool, did you want to start with why your numbers are what they are?
I have the numbers that the staff came forward with.
I'm showing.
They
oh,
asked for an increase of about 8%, which is very likely to occur.
Okay. My
So
mistake.
the numbers that,
The
from
library.
105,250 go up to 113,670. I believe we should approve the higher number. If it comes in lower,
So
that's
my
okay.
question is, you're going from 105,250 to 113,670.
Correct.
So we're all in agreement. Awesome.
I think
Okay.
we can,
Sounds good. Do I have a motion to approve total utilities for the 22-23 budget year in the amount of $113,670?
Motion.
Second.
Take your choice. They both said second about the same time.
Didn't we skip a category?
I'm sorry?
We skipped employee fringe benefits?
No, we approved
No,
it.
we approved
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Yeah, this
All right.
is utilities now.
Gotcha, thank you.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keane?
Yes.
Thank you, Victoria.
6 ayes, 0 nays, motion
The
passes.
next item is capital expenditures. Joe, could you explain your numbers?
We had a discussion on the 31st, and we came up to, my 73,500 comes up to $446,000. And I can discuss that. Find maintenance.
446,000 even?
Yes.
Let me get on that page again here. Yeah, 446,000 even.
For special reserve?
Yes.
That's from special reserve.
Building.
why there's a difference between your number and the original number from the library?
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with projects. We added the parking lot.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, I know how it is to find documents.
Yeah, and I went on the tour, and so I know what my feelings are on this, so go ahead, Joe.
Okay.
Are you gonna explain yourself?
He's getting
He's
his
getting the
documents.
numbers.
Okay, okay, I'm just waiting.
Okay, Special Reserve Building. First
Do we
item,
have any documents for that?
He's got it, he's explaining.
No, do we?
Yeah,
it's on the worksheets that Rich gave us.
Oh, that was from the other
That
previous
was
meeting.
from
he's
previous
reading.
meeting.
Yeah, that's the backup for all these
That's the
numbers.
backup for the numbers. Building envelope repair. There's a problem with the wall on the north side, on the northeast corner, on the east and the north, I'm sorry, the west, on the northwest corner of the property. On the west wall between the entrance door and the north wall, and the north wall right behind us here, under the windows, there's somebody put some stucco on there years ago. It's an original foundation. They coated with stucco. When I looked at it, the stucco's about the thickness of 2 pieces of paper, when it should have been put on like a ½ an inch thick. And it's starting to crumble off in some areas near the ground because of exposure to salt. And I estimated that it would cost about $15,000 to stucco that area. Then we have the next
Can I
item.
just ask one question before you go further? Was there a
Yeah,
different
any questions
amount?
on that?
Was there a different amount presented by the
Yeah,
library?
33,000.
They wanted 33,000.
I don't know where they got that number.
Ask Rich, he's here.
We already did.
Yeah.
We've gone through this before.
Okay,
I just
fine.
wanted the explanation for you.
Well,
That
no,
wasn't a
let him,
real-
let him go, because we did get this information, I did see it, so go ahead. I'll let
Okay.
Joe say what he wants.
The next item is the south and east replaced the stone sills, the deteriorating stone sills, for $10,000. That's what we budgeted for that last year. It never got done. It's still there. Masonry tuck pointing, that would be included in that 10,000 when they do the sills. They're going to probably have to tuck point the sills, and as long as they're tuck pointing, they can catch any spots that need tuck pointing on the building. I didn't notice any that are in dire need of it. Seal foundation cracks in the northeast basement. That's behind the breaker box, and that should cost us no more than $2,000.
But that breaker box needs to be replaced.
Pardon?
I said the breaker box needs to
Right,
be
at the
replaced.
same time, the box would be taken down, the
yeah.
crack would be repaired, and the box would be put back up.
Well,
Jo-
we need a
Joe?
new box.
Can I just ask a question? What was your total number for the Special Reserve Building?
440,
6?
446.
Okay, great, that's what we have, so I just wanted to double check.
446.
I mean, if it would speed up things, we can just speak of the ones that we lowered or eliminated?
It includes what we discussed.
Right.
Okay. He has exhaust fan replacement. I zeroed that out because that is still operating okay.
So we're gonna wait until it's no good?
Next is HVAC. They asked for 30,000. We're giving them 30,000 in that category.
I have 25.
That he's giving 25, or you
I'm
you
seeing
asked
30 on
25?
Joe's page.
Yeah, 30 is on Joe's page.
You know, I mean, we reviewed after the meeting with Cindy, and we came to the same 446, so
Well,
there might be a
Okay.
number
if
somewhere.
he's
in there.
willing to give you more.
His number says 30,000, we'll have to recalculate.
And what is
that.
your number, 25?
25.
Yeah, you had 25.
I have 30 here, so.
30 was my number.
I know,
And
he
that is
also
your
has
number.
If he
30.
put it 30, leave it 30.
That's fine.
Smile, be happy.
$2,000 to paint the digital sign on the corner. $15,000 to replace the electrical box. Server room air conditioner replacement, it's still operating. There's no need to replace it until it goes or starts deteriorating. It starts not running very well.
What is that?
Air conditioning.
Air conditioning.
Yeah, that's fine.
Grounds repair, they asked for $365,000 for the parking lot repaving and drainage repairs. We put in $300,000 for that. $15,000 for the retaining wall draining system repair.
Can I ask a question? It says in the detail, 300,000 for parking lot repaving and drainage improvements, but the request went up to 365.
So 365 is the site and grounds repairs total, and it's broken down by 300,000 for parking, which remained, 15,000 which remained for retaining wall, the 25 for sidewalks and pavers went down to 10, and benches stayed at 25. And so the total changed to 355 from 365.
So, but those are your, so,
These are the numbers that were discussed at the
okay, I
previous
thought
meeting.
300,000 that.
The parking lot is $300,000, that
And
category.
you're saying you didn't, your parking lot is 300 plus
It's
these
300,000.
other items.
It's the same.
I know, but the way it's written here, it's not. It looks like you.
No,
are-
it says 300,000 parking lot
I
repaving
know,
and drainage
but if you
improvements.
look at all the other items in the column, you're putting the individual amounts, and this one went up 65. But I see what you're saying. I just wanted to know why he thought less and you thought more. I get it. Okay, thank you.
$15,000 for the retaining wall repairs. The drainage system there is plugged up. $15,000 for sidewalks and pavers. $25,000 for bench replacement. Variable frequency drive air handler unit, $20,000. And on the next page, we have inspect and seal any perimeter membrane seals on the roof for $3,000. Roof seal east wall of the membrane and the wall, the bonding strips for $5,000. And cover and seal the unused elevator shaft with roof membrane. And the last item is interior directional signs for $2,000.
Okay, now, what about the fact that Rich says your number might be higher because he had 25,000 and you have 30, so do we need to refigure this total?
I think he's talking about the parking lot. Did he?
No,
He said
specifically.
the parking lot sounded like it was the same.
It's,
What was it
we're in
the
agreement
difference
with him
was,
on the
Joe?
parking lot and all the other, on the retaining wall.
I think
And
you
we're-
went down to 15,000 on the
we're down on the.
sidewalk and pavers.
Yeah, we're down 10,000 on the sidewalk and pavers, and the benches were in agreement, so there's only a $10,000 difference there out of.
Okay, no, okay, let me just rephrase my question. When Rich was following your numbers, under HVAC, he has 30,000, you have 30,000. Rich said based on his numbers, you had 25,000, and he still came up with 446,000. So my question is, if that number is $5,000 higher now, this 446 must need to go up.
It needs, it's one of those situations where we need to add it, there was changes made.
I know that, so
Yes.
I'm asking that we recalculate these
We'll
numbers.
have to recalculate that.
So do we just want to add 5 to this, and we're sure this all adds up? Rich, you said that you have the same numbers in front of you, and you have 446?
Yeah, I had 446 based on what we came up with from the last meeting.
Is that what you originally asked for, Rich?
We asked for
33.
533 I've got
Yes.
here?
Yes.
And special reserve equipment, I have 123.
Yes.
This is from the special reserve building, the first line,
Mhm.
under that. We're still in that first line.
Yeah, it's 533.
Right, that's what we put in.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a difference of $87,000.
Yes, I see that. It's a difference of 87,000.
So I would just point out to the board that a lot of these projects are going to go out to bid, or they're going to be quoted, and the numbers may go up or may go down. So again, these are estimates.
Yes.
At the time that.
I understand that.
So Joe, your number's changing to 451,000, correct?
Should we just add this up again, or?
It's
I
up
thought
to
they
you.
agreed on 446.
Well, it's
446, I'm good with that number.
Okay, what-
Isn't that what you said? Rich, you have 446?
Yeah, when we
Okay, but wait a
met, it
minute.
was 446.
There's a discrepancy. Joe said he's paying $30,000 for the HVAC, but I guess previously it was 25,000.
Yeah, Joe said.
So I thought we were adding this 5. So Joe, what do you want to do? It says here it's 30,000. Are you at 30?
When I added it up with the 30,000, I got to 446.
Okay. So I guess we need to recalculate this, because Rich has 446 with 25,000.
Rich, do you have the detail by line? You could just read it.
Yeah, we already talked about it. It's a $5,000 difference.
Yeah, I think the sidewalk and pavers was different between what Joe said and what we had written down. So I think that's where the difference is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, fine. So it's still 446. No need to change. All right. I'll go back down.
It's the second column under equipment that we have a difference.
We have 123,000 and we have.
And 93,95, or 950 rather.
Yeah, we haven't gone there yet.
So Joe's total would be 539,950.
Say it again. What do you got?
For Joe's total, for his 93,950 be 539,950.
God, I don't have that number for the total.
Yeah, 446 plus the 93,950.
I have 123,000.
That's under the libraries. Joe's is
at-
93,950.
At the previous meeting,
Joe, we changed this last night.
Dear God. 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Are we on,
Okay, I have a question. Special reserve equipment, what is your number?
I had 93,950, but what it amounts to, I didn't have the 29,000
Right.
from the IT department. So
Right.
when I put that in, I plugged that in, I neglected to locate that with this
So we
category.
just take what the library.
So I come
is.
up with the 123 that,
Thank you. That's what I wanted to confirm. All righty.
So you're having the 123 now.
Mhm.
yes.
What's the figure on the computer? Do you have it?
569 even.
569?
569.
Okay.
569,000.
Still 87.
So, is there going to be a proposal on this, or?
Yes, I propose we budget $569,000 for capital expenditures.
Second.
Did you get that, Tony? Writing down the numbers?
Sure, 569,000. Sure. Yes, yes.
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 Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now I have more yeses than no. Okay,
Let's
the
go
next,
to the next one.
the next item, the total audit. Do I have a motion to approve?
May I suggest that since we've contracted with Lauterbach and Amen at 10,000, that we can reduce this to 10,000?
Cool.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yeah, for the 10,000, yes.
So that's across the board, 10,000.
So since we've already contracted for that, should we all just say, take a vote? If we accept the 10,000 because, for the budget?
Well, I was gonna make a motion for that amount.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Do I have a motion to approve $10,000 for the 22-23 budget for the total audit expense?
So moved.
Second. Okay, let her have it as a second.
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee McCullough?
Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky? Trustee Olson?
Yes.
And Trustee Keene?
Yes.
6 ayes, passes.
Okay, the next category, liability insurance. Do I have a motion to approve the total liability expenditures for the 22-23 budget in the amount of $39,419?
So motion?
Second.
That was 39,419?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee McCullough?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
6 ayes, motion passes.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve workers' compensation for the 22-23 budget in the amount of
Is
$20,000?
it Social Security
Where's
next?
Social Security is next.
Oh, sorry. Do I have a motion to approve?
Oh, yes, I missed Social Security too.
Do I have a motion to approve Social Security for the 22-23 budget year in the amount of $266,526?
Motion?
Second.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee McCullough?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
6 ayes, motion passes.
Now we're on workers' comp.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve workers' compensation for the 22-23 budget year in the amount of $20,387?
Motion?
Second.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee McCullough?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
6 ayes, motion passes.
Do I have a motion to approve the total workers' compensation for the 22-23 budget year in the amount of $20,387.
We just did that for workman's comp.
You want unemployment?
Yes, you want unemployment.
Oh, it's on two.
That's why I'm like, what? Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Do I have a
It's getting
motion to approve unemployment compensation for the 22-23 budget year in the amount of $8,000?
Motion.
Second.
Trustee Derbley.
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
Yes.
Trustee Makula.
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky.
Yes.
Trustee Olson.
Yes.
And Trustee Keating.
Yes.
6 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, the next item on the budget is building and equipment maintenance. Joe, do you want to explain your numbers?
Okay. First category is repairs and improvements. And we have $4,000 set aside for door locks and washroom auto closer door repairs. Second category is electrical repairs and improvements, $10,000 set aside for that. Elevator repairs, $4,000. Envelope and grounds repairs, $3,000. Garden club flower pots, $350. Generator repair, $3,000. HVAC and VAC equipment repairs, $10,000. Interior construction repairs and improvements, $6,000. That's for paint and drywall, etc. Landscaping sprinkler system repair, $1,000. Painting and redecorating repairs and improvements, $2,000. That was set aside apparently for the art gallery upstairs. Plumbing repairs and improvements, $5,000. Small equipment repairs, $1,000 for vacuums and small motors. And tractor repair is $0. Our tractor is, we're not using it, and it's disabled at this time anyway, so we probably need to trade it in or sell it or something. So the total on that comes to $49,350.
That's your total?
No, that's not right.
No.
That's not.
This was an updated total from the last meeting.
What did you say, Joe?
That'd be only 49.
I'm showing $49,350.
Okay.
I have 57,250.
You have 57,250?
Mhm.
That's the other column, Becky.
For repairs and improvements?
Yes, the column Becky's looking at is what was requested, and then Joe cut some of them.
It's on the worksheet here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm looking at the worksheet, and you're looking at the budget. I apologize.
Was there a difference on the budget?
58,350.
Yeah, it says 53, I'm looking at 53,350.
That's what I'm looking at too.
Okay, and I have a question, Joe, because, does anyone else?
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. There was something updated here from one of those discussions.
Rich, do you remember if it, I thought we had a discussion about that paint art gallery repairs where we learned it's not just
Correct.
for the art gallery, and I thought the number went up.
It did not. It stayed at 2.
There's a 4,000 difference between what I have.
I know, is that an error, or did you increase something?
I think there was something we discussed to increase, and then
It could be that. What I had in my notes was the 49,350 with the exact numbers that Joe has. But if there is a difference, that's the only place that I can think of that would be the difference, because
Yeah.
there was sizable discussion, maybe 5+ minutes of
But
that.
it looks like it went up $3,000. So I see the 2,000 for the paint, because I just feel like I remember that conversation. But then where did another 1,000 go?
Well, on the worksheet here, I come with 49,350, and I think I'm in agreement with Rich, so that's probably what we had.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is, when you raise 49,000 by 2,000, you only end up at 51. Your amount on this other page is 53,350. So there's another 2,000 going somewhere, and I don't see where that is.
So you're saying the painting is staying at 4?
Yes. But that brings you up another 2,000 only to 51. Did you give 2,000 to something? Did we do anything with this HVAC Oak Brook? Did that go up $2,000? I mean, I don't know. There's something off here.
Well, we're covering all the areas he requested here.
I know, but I have a total for $53,350, and I'd like to know, where else we added money. I don't see it, and honestly, I don't recall many more conversations.
The total that I got for the adjustments was 22,900. Is that incorrect?
I know adjustments.
Because originally it was 34,350, right?
Right,
And then I have an adjustment of 22,900.
And what was your final total then?
57,250.
No, I don't think, no.
Okay.
No, you know what,
That's not the right adjustment?
Yeah, well, according to his breakdown here, it's 51,350. But when I went over these numbers with him, we ended up with 53,000. So I just want to know, are we at 51 or 53? Which would mean,
And how much
No,
was
I
the
come
adjustment then?
up with 49,350 when I total all of these categories.
I know, but we're.
But she's,
The 53 number is wrong, I think.
we want it, yeah, because it was 49, and then adding 2 more back in for the painting is 51,350.
I know, but why did we put down 53 on your totals, Joe? That's
I
why.
made an error somehow.
No,
I may have added something, one of the $4,000 items twice because we're $4,000 off between my numbers and the 53. This one is 49,350 and the other one's 53,350.
Okay, so we're adding 2,000 to the paint, and it's going to be 51,350. Is that what we're going to stay? Okay, fine.
So is the,
Done.
not, we're adding 2,000 on the painting?
Yes.
What is the total number of adjustments?
I don't know, but the total is 51,350.
Wow.
We're only adding right now another 2,000.
This
Are
is
you
not
talking
gonna.
initially?
No, the initial was 34,350, right?
No,
Yeah.
that
That
was
was,
wrong.
that was coming into the
It was actually.
May 31st meeting. We had a discussion at that meeting with Rich, and we increased it to the 49,350,
How much did you increase it?
and it now
I
is
don't know,
actually
subtract the two.
51,350.
Okay, well then, I'm sorry, Athena? 17,000.
So it's 51,350.
Now I have it, thank you.
Okay, so.
The total is 152,490.
Well, we need to go down all the other lines before that, right? So Joe, you just covered repairs and maintenance, so the next one's contractual maintenance?
Contractual maintenance, we have contracts on all of these things. I originally had 60,000. They had found, Cindy found that one of the items they gave us was, I believe for the fire.
Yeah, the
spring-
invoice came in higher.
was $2,000 higher than what they reported. So it was, instead of a $1,000 contractual contract, it was for $3,000 annually. So the 60,000 becomes 62,000. These are all fixed items by contract.
But
So
that was not changed in
62,000
the
is the
staff
correct
budget,
number.
right, Cindy?
Correct. It was after the staff budget.
Okay.
And it was just a conversation, so it
Mhm.
was no.
Then the next category is non-contractual maintenance. First category is $500 for boiler inspection. Second is $3,000 for preparative boilers for the inspection. A third item is 0, it's the overnight cleaning, it's canceled out. Fire extinguisher annual inspection is $1,000. Fire safety system monitoring is $840. Semi-annual carpet cleaning and floor waxing is $8,000. Landscape service is $2,000. Plumbing maintenance is $4,000. Refuse and recycling service is $3,000. On that landscaping service, that was additional trimming and insect control. That's not for the grass cutting, that's supplemental. And vending stickers I put down as 0. We're not going to pay $200. We don't own the machines. If the vendor wants to have his machines here, I think they should pay the village sticker price of $200. We shouldn't be paying that. And that category totals up to $22,340.
Is there a contract with the guys with the vending machine that we have to pay it? Cindy, to your knowledge?
No, not to my knowledge. I don't really know how it works, but I can ask them if they
Yeah,
can
it's
pay
good
it.
to.
I don't know legally if they're allowed to do
Because if
that.
there's a legal issue,
Yeah.
that should be checked.
Can I ask a question about that as well? I believe when I asked about the vending machines, I learned we don't own them and we don't collect any money from them. So what is the purpose of them being in our library?
For people to get snacks?
Well, you know, the fact of the matter is when a vendor brings his equipment into your library, it's usually because you're going to make some money. I mean, we don't just house his
Well, the staff vending is less expensive than the patron vending, so we get that discount for staff. That's all I know about
We
it.
should find out what the agreement is with this company. I mean, we have someone's equipment in here, we don't have a clue why it's here or what the obligation is. But that would help too with the stickers.
Yeah,
So
I don't
they
know.
can't get a
Well, could you
Coke?
please look into that? Because
Sure.
I know when I asked you.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't even know we had to pay for them, so. Now I do.
We aren't paying for them, are we?
Yeah, we're paying $200
For
for
the
the
Oh,
stickers.
for the stickers. Oh,
I
no.
can't-
It's actually
I cancel that
150
out.
because there's only 3 machines now,
So
Um,
it's down, because it's $50 a machine?
correct?
But I think that's their responsibility, not ours.
That's where, if you
That's the
check that
way-
out, make sure there's
That's the
no,
way they make money.
depending on how the contract, if there is one worded, we might be stuck with it.
Might be liable for that.
Well, if we can't find the contract by now, I mean, we're going to have to.
Who knows, maybe a 99-year contract will show up.
And we haven't had them 99 years.
No, 25, I think. is
No,
our-
they haven't been there that long.
No, he's saying we get involved with.
Yeah,
Moving on.
super long
Moving on.
contracts, whatever.
So what's the total? Or we're not there yet?
Not there yet.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
going line
we're
by
only on
line.
the second one.
Okay, that total came to $22,340 on,
Why is yours so much lower than theirs, Joe?
Because he took out $40,000 for the overnight cleaning crew.
Which I think is a mistake, personally. Whenever I go into those bathrooms, they're sad. And with us still being in COVID, they need to be cleaned. And I don't care what you say.
well, first of
That
all,
is-
we're missing 37 and a half hours because we haven't hired our supervisor in that department yet.
He's not gonna be
Even
cleaning
if
the
we
bathroom.
hire a supervisor, we were originally up more than 3 part-timers in that department. We were at, 6 or 7? And now you expect 1 supervisor and 3 part-timers to do the work of all those people. I think we need to have a night cleaning crew come in because those bathrooms need it. We're still technically dealing with COVID. So that's one thing you did that
All right,
I
moving
personally
on.
don't agree with.
Okay, what's next?
Next category, I think, is
Equipment maintenance.
Is $9,000. And that's what I
Nope.
had right along.
Says 18 on
It says 18.
I know, but my documents showed 9,000.
He deducted it to 9,000.
Or you made it 9 instead of 18.
So you lowered it from
I
18?
never had 18 on there.
Okay, fine. So now
Okay,
it's
9.
9.
And the next figure is doubled also. I had 7 for that
Okay,
Oh, my God.
non-capital expense.
okay,
Well, we're not taking care of this building, I guess.
whatever. We're putting his
Double
numbers
that.
down, so we know what he's saying.
Furniture and fixtures is $800.
Just want to make sure I have the right numbers. So the equipment maintenance is 9,000, and then you have 7,000 for non-capital expenses. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Thank you.
So what's your total?
And 800 for furniture.
Right.
So since you have
So
different
what's
numbers,
the
what
total,
is
Joe?
your total, Joe?
What do you have?
152,490.
152, 494,000?
So this one is 490,000.
Double check it if I can.
That's what the computers are saying also.
Did you come up with a figure?
The
What is
same,
yours?
the same.
What is it?
152, 490.
152.
And that's what Athena has too.
Okay.
152,490 is the total. Yeah, 3 of us got the same number.
So is there going to be a proposal here?
Yes, I propose we budget
We're not doing
for
COVID.
building and equipment
anymore?
maintenance, $152,490.
Second.
Are we discussing this, or are we just voting?
Call the roll.
Call the roll.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes,
Trustee
No.
Rosansky? Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Keane?
No.
3 ayes, 3 nays, motion fails.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we call the meeting of the budget. It's 10, what is it, 10:25?
Yes.
Because I doubt very seriously that we're going to agree on the things we haven't agreed on at this point. So it's kind of ridiculous to stay here, because I refuse to stay here until 1 o'clock. I did that once, I won't do it again.
I second.
I disagree with the fact that we should leave and not discuss this and bring down the numbers or bring them up, but
We've tried.
you've made the motion,
and
it's fine.
it-
No,
we've
you know,
tried
you
and it
try
hasn't
until you
gone.
accomplish what your goal is.
Well, whatever, we can do it another time. We've got yeses on most of them.
That's fine,
It's
whatever you
10:30.
want.
10:30. We can't even think straight.
Well, that's okay.
I spend more hours going through these numbers preparing than we do at the board meeting, so whatever you want to do is fine. Okay, do we have a motion on the table to, a motion to adjourn, is that what you?
That's
Yes,
correct.
it
Okay.
is.
Trustee
I'm trying to-
Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
I said it was 10,
25.
25 when I called
I
it.
just didn't know if you said it, thank you.
Yes, I did.
All right, good, we're all good.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes, of course.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keane?
Yes.
I gotta find, oh, here they are. God bless America.
6 ayes,
Too many
motion
papers.
passed.